Chapter 545. In the central square. Fong Ping chuckled. Very arrogant. This place was less than a kilometer away from the front. The weakest among them was a middle-stage rank, 6 martial artist. How many of them could not hear what the foreigners were saying? Du Hong said softly, Ro-Sais is from the Hall of Gods, and he's at the Blood and Essence Unity realm. Don't underestimate him. He was known as the invincible rank 6, but it was not self-proclaimed. It was publicly acknowledged. At the very least, in both Europe and America, Ro-Sais was recognized as the number 1 rank 6. 2 months ago, in the catacombs, he had killed a powerhouse who had achieved mentality-vitality fusion with 3 swords. He was even hailed as the new god of war. Ro-Sais isn't a descendant of the god of war, but he is acknowledged by the Hall of Gods as the new god of war. Fong Ping interrupted. Even the gods' heaven isn't as powerful as Stellar Sky City. Why doesn't Stellar Sky City have such martial artists? Beside him, Zhang Nanqi felt that Fong Ping had underestimated Star City. He could not help but say, there are more people in Heaven of Gods than we do. Moreover, it's held once every 3 years, so time passes by very quickly. Star City doesn't have to perform mentality-vitality fusion every 3 years. But for the previous few sessions, we did have them. Big Brother Jiang was one of the best among them. Big Brother Jiang was not even 30 years old this year. 3 years ago, he defeated many powerhouses who had fused with their blood and essence and obtained a spot. After entering the restricted zone, he was now a middle-stage rank 7 powerhouse. Moreover, Big Brother Jiang had 2 divine weapons in his hands. One of the divine weapons was forged by him after killing a level 7 demonic beast. Although Luo Sai is strong, he is still much weaker than Big Brother Jiang. Beside him, Su Zissou also said with admiration, That's right. My brother is the same. 6 years ago, he participated in the youth tournament, and no one was his match. Now he has also entered upper stage rank 7 and is preparing to forge a golden body. Li Fei immediately added, Over the past 10 years, Star Town has produced many young powerhouses, including Yang Qing from the Yang family. In fact, there were more geniuses in recent years compared to the previous years. However, there were periods of prosperity and periods of decline. The population was here, and there was a term every 3 years. Most of the time, Stellar Sky City might not even be able to gather 10 people for a term. There was a period of time when Stellar Sky City gave up almost all of its spots to the government because there were too few people. Fong Ping grinned. If that's the case, this batch of yours is considered a weak period? Everyone was speechless. Jiang Chao said carelessly, You can say that, but it's not too bad. There were a few batches where there were quite a few early-stage rank 6 who got a spot. At least there aren't any early-stage rank 6 this time. With that, Jiang Chao added, By the way, the other 5 families don't actually restrict people from their families. We don't restrict them either. For example, didn't General Du participate? They only managed to gather so many people, even with the power of the entire country. It's already not bad that we managed to gather so many people with the power of our country. In short, the people of Saturn City didn't want to admit that they were weak. They just wanted to prove that they were in a period of weakness. Du Hong didn't reply and continued. Kameng, a top-notch rank 6 fighter from the world of 10,000 pagodas, mentality-vitality fusion. He's known as the number 1 rank 6 in Africa. Previously, he exchanged 3 moves with a rank 7 catacombs martial artist and retreated unscathed. He's extremely powerful. At this point, Fong Ping suddenly looked at him and said with a smile, General Du, let's not talk about others. What about you? You've been entrusted with an important task by the military department and even become the team leader this time. I'm more interested in General Du's battle achievements. Du Hong smiled. Beside him, Li Yiming said lazily, I'm not sure about Du Hong's combat strength. But some time ago, this fellow led an army of 10,000 martial artists in the 3 lower ranks and annihilated an army of 30,000 people in a catacomb city. Among them, there were many middle ranks. With that, he damaged the foundation of the other party. Now, they've even put up a bounty, hanging it directly on the royal city. Kill Du Hong, and the reward is 100 caddies of energy stones. Many high ranks are looking for him. Fong Ping was a little surprised when he heard that. I didn't expect General Du to have such a battle achievement. This is much more impressive than killing some powerhouses alone. Du Hong smiled and shook his head. General Fong, let's not talk about these things. Compared to you, I'm too far behind. You've annihilated a royal city, not at all. That was also fate, an army of 30,000 people. Even if they were placed there for me to kill alone, I'd still have to spend an hour or so. The first half of his sentence was fine, but when he said the second half, everyone's expression turned a little strange. Was he being modest? Not really. The others did not want to say anything. Li Yiming, on the other hand, was a little displeased. Do you really think an army battle is that simple? An army of 30,000 martial artists can exhaust you to death. Fong Ping smiled without saying a word. He did not continue this topic. Sensing that the people in front were about to arrive, Fong Ping suddenly looked around. It was a pity that old Qin was not here. It was a pity that Iron Head was an idiot. He could not understand the look in his eyes. It was a pity that the others were all idiots. No one supported him. How could they tolerate a foreigner being so arrogant? The next moment, Fong Ping saw Jiang Chao. His gaze sharpened instantly. I'll choose you, fatty. Whether you can understand what I mean or not, it's up to you. If you don't understand, then I won't cover for an idiot. Jiang Chao's scalp tingled under Fong Ping's gaze. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his head. In the next second, Jiang Chao suddenly roared, "Frog in a well!" If Fong Ping doesn't appear, who dares to call themselves the top rank 6 in the world? Ridiculous. Everyone was stunned. Su Zissou suddenly pinched his arm hard. Embarrassing. Embarrassing bastard. You're from Star Town, okay? Even if she thought that Fong Ping was quite powerful, she still had to suck up to him in front of so many people and all the other holy lands in the world. Don't you have any shame? Is Star Town shameless? Jiang Chao's words not only stunned everyone present, but the grandmasters from Sino Nation were also speechless. That was not enough. Jiang Chao did not care about that. He roared again. I've been practicing martial arts for 2 years, and I'm close to becoming a grandmaster. My combat strength is unparalleled. Whoever is unconvinced, fight me. Fong Ping frowned. That's enough, Jiang Chao. Those who come are guests. Sino Nation martial artists don't fight for fame. Fong Ping, martial arts must be fought for. Your strength is unparalleled, and I, Jiang Chao, am convinced. These frogs in a well dare to make a fuss. If you're unconvinced, then come and fight me. What's there to be afraid of? I'm not afraid. Forget it. Shut up. As expected, Jiang Chao shut up. He looked as if he was the one who made the decision, which made Wang Jinyang frown. The people from Star Town were almost speechless. Was Jiang Chao crazy? Opposite. Some of the foreign grandmasters who were walking toward them chuckled. Fong Ping? That young martial artist from Sino Nation's mentality materialization? It's him. Looks like he's quite capable. That little fatty, he's a martial artist from Star Town, right? He's from the Jiang family of Star Town. I didn't expect that even someone from Star Town would be convinced. The martial artists from Star Town are proud and arrogant. These foreign grandmasters were extremely fluent in Mandarin. They had been dealing with Sino Nation for a long time, so they had a better understanding of the situation there. This was especially true for Star Town. Because there were many peak-level powerhouses, their martial artists were arrogant, despotic, and extremely savage. 3 years ago, Zhang Hao of the Jiang family was challenged once. He killed a descendant of a peak-level powerhouse. After that, no one dared to challenge him anymore. However, this person did not stop. He was incomparably arrogant. He used all 3 chances to challenge him. killing another person and injuring 2 others. In the youth tournament, there was no rule that said one would not need to challenge anyone after winning a match. If you wanted to, you could keep challenging him until you ran out of chances. Jiang Hao killed 2 people and injured another 2 in 4 battles. There were only 2 chances left, so no one dared to challenge him anymore. Even though Jiang Hao's words were overflowing with disdain that day, provoking the foreign grandmasters to the point of going crazy, none of the martial artists from the 5 forces were willing to court death. Although the youth competition did not have a champion or a runner-up, Jiang Hao was still hailed as the champion 3 years ago. It was evident how arrogant the martial artists from Star Town were. Now, the Jiang family was actually worshipping an outsider martial artist. Now, even the foreign grandmasters were solemn. They had some understanding of the people from Star Town. However, among the martial artists from the outside, even if Fong Ping was quite famous, especially when he materialized his mentality, everyone paid attention to him. However, the materialization of a rank 6 martial artists' mentality might not be stronger than mentality-vitality fusion. It was not like Star Town had never seen powerhouses before. If Fong Ping could convince them to this extent, he might really be stronger than they expected. For a moment, the foreign grandmasters' eyes flickered. No one knew what they were thinking. In the crowd, among the young martial artists, a few top-notch rank 6 martial artists looked eager and expectant. Amidst their anticipation, they were also in a dilemma as to whether they should challenge him or not. According to the previous agreement of the clans, the priority was to eliminate the weak and get the quota. Sparring with the same rank was secondary. In this complicated situation, the 2 sides met. 70 young martial artists, close to 30 grandmasters. This was the entire staff and audience this time. At this moment, Li Daong suddenly said, "Let's begin." Fong Ping and the others were stunned. They were starting already? However, very quickly, Fong Ping realized that he was wrong. They were not talking about them. As soon as Li Daong said that a total of 7 rank, 9 powerhouses present attacked at the same time. At this moment, Fong Ping and the others realized what they were going to do. These rank 9 powerhouses directly lifted the huge arena in the distance and hung it in midair. That was not enough. The powerhouses' mentality surged out and set up mentality barriers in all directions of the arena. They even began to solidify. Fong Ping was a little dazed as he watched. He whispered, "Is this necessary?" Of course, it might be necessary. After all, they were all rank 6 martial artists with strong destructive power. If they really went all out, it would not be difficult to destroy the Martial Arts Association. However, there was no need to be so flashy. Why did they have to float in midair? Could they not solidify on the ground? Beside him, Du Hong explained in a low voice, "It's to make it convenient for grandmasters to watch the battle. It's not just here. There are many grandmasters in Capital City who haven't come yet. Without buildings to block them, it's easier to watch the battle, including some of the grandmaster powerhouses in the government. Just live stream it directly." Fong Ping was speechless. Du Hong was speechless. What he said made sense. It was still Jiang Chao who explained, "This is the old rule. There was no video in the past. Speaking of which, these grandmasters are indeed a little old-fashioned. They couldn't do it in the past. Doing it now is a waste of mentality. This was a convention. It was quite good in the past. Now, it seemed a little superfluous and very flashy." These few people spoke softly. Their voices were so low that ordinary people could not hear them. Even rank 7 and 8 would have a hard time hearing them. However, those rank 9 powerhouses, many of their mentality trembled slightly. Mother asterisk Kerr, what he said made sense. But we are happy. Why do you care? On the other side, Fong Ping said again, that way other people can see it too. Why don't we just make it public and make it so mysterious? Du Hong shook his head. Ordinary people can't see it. Almost everyone below rank 7 can't see through the barrier of solidified mentality. This is to make it convenient for grandmasters to watch the battle. It's not open to ordinary martial artists. Fang Ping seemed to have thought of something. He laughed suddenly. Grandmasters from the central government. Speaking of which, Fang Ping's current level was not low. However, most of the grandmasters he knew came from the 3 departments and 4 residences. Some came from the local areas. The 3 departments and 4 residences, including the local House of Governors, belonged to the central government. This was not an issue. However, the central government itself was also an organization that governed the entire country. There did not seem to be many powerhouses who belonged directly to the central government. Fang Ping only knew Northern Spear King Wang Yu, Dragon King Lin Long. These few rank 9 came from organizations directly under the central government. As for what organizations they were, he was not sure. There were 32 people on the rank 9 list now. Excluding the 3 departments and 4 residences, there were only 6 who truly came from the central government. Of course, including the 3 departments and 4 residences, there were more than 20 people. The rest were all casual martial artists who did not hold a position in the central government. Some might have already stopped caring about the affairs of the world. Some were guarding the catacombs, but they did not hold a position in the government. However, Fang Ping thought, was the number of powerhouses directly under the central government too little? It was the same for the rank 7 and 8 rankings. There were not many martial artists directly under the central government. As for the central government, there were people who participated in the competition every 3 years. There were times when Star City did not get a spot, but the central government had never missed a spot. Every time a spot was in their hands. After so many years, there did not seem to be many grandmasters. Now that he thought about it, maybe they did not even show up. Du Hong did not reply. He was not sure either. He was only a rank 6 martial artist. No one told him about this. As these few people were chatting, the martial artists opposite them were carefully sizing up Fang Ping and the others. Fang Ping was being stared at, so he looked over with a smile. After watching for a while, Fang Ping suddenly laughed. After setting up a mentality barrier, Fang Ping said with a smile, "Look, that guy is wearing. Is that the armor of an ancient knight from the Middle Ages?" Fang Ping gestured to the few people beside him with his eyes. Opposite them, a martial artist wrapped in full body armor, holding a great sword, like an ancient knight, coming back to life. And that one wearing animal skin. Damn, what is he doing? Right, and that one, is that a tattoo on his body? That one Rosace, right? Is he carrying a door plank as a weapon? As Fang Ping spoke, Du Hong said with a slight headache, "General Fang, every place has its own customs. There's no need to mock each other because of these." Fang Ping chuckled. "I'm not mocking them. It's meaningless. I'm pretending to size them up on purpose. In fact, I'm probing their strength. You guys take it easy." Du Hong did not believe it. Fang Ping's gaze changed, his pupils narrowing slightly. That's the bearded monk. Don't look at him. Damn, a rank 7. There's a rank 9 powerhouse beside him who set up a mentality barrier. Surrender immediately when you guys meet him. This monk did not say a word and even asked the rank 9 to block the probing. He definitely has evil intentions. Maybe he wants to kill some of us. General Du, he's challenging you. You'd better surrender. Getting the quota is the most important thing. Du Hong's expression did not change, but his tone was low. "General Fang, are you sure?" "Nonsense. Why would I lie to you? While the rank 9 isn't paying attention to me, these people can't discover my probing. This is someone from the ancient Buddhist sacred land, right? What are they trying to do by sneaking up on a rank 7? A rank 7 could not hide from a powerhouse's probing. However, Sino Nation's grandmasters would not use their mentality to probe those people for no reason. They would only judge through vitality sensing. The other party had been tampered with by a rank 9 powerhouse. Unless a high-rank powerhouse used their mentality to probe and penetrate the barrier, Only then would they be able to sense their specific strength. However, that would be a little too much. Fang Ping shielded his own aura and probed with mentality. Although he would also touch the barrier, the rank 9 were all busy with their work. If they did not sense a powerhouse's mentality forcefully breaking through, they might not care too much. They might even think that it was the monk who triggered it himself. Knowing the opponent's strength in advance was still very beneficial. Du Hong's expression was solemn. A rank 7 martial artist who did not reveal himself at all might have the intention to kill a powerhouse. After killing one person, the others would know. Naturally, they would not fight recklessly anymore. However, if the person who was challenged in the beginning did not have time to admit defeat, then it would be troublesome. If this rank 7 powerhouse challenged Du Hong and unleashed his full strength, he might be able to kill a mentality-vitality fusion powerhouse in no time. Du Hong did not look at the monk directly. He took a deep breath and said, "General Fang, continue. See if there are more. These people have always treated Sino Nation as their target. Their target is either me or you. General Fang, you should be careful." Fang Ping did not say much and continued probing. After a while, Fang Ping said with some surprise, "That one with tattoos all over his body, is he from Totem City?" "Yes. The one hiding at the back with no tattoos on his arm is a grandmaster." "There are grandmasters in Totem City?" This time Du Hong was stunned. If it was said that Pantheon Heaven, ancient Buddhist sacred land, and Wampagoda world had them, he would believe it. However, Totem City and the Andes Mountains were not strong, and yet they had produced grandmasters. This was surprising. The most important thing was, why were Totem City's grandmasters so low-key? Could it be to deal with Sino Nation martial artists too? Fang Ping looked for a while and suddenly laughed. "I'm afraid it's not to deal with us. Those in black robes are from Andes, right? Aren't these two families in the same group?" That Totem City Grandmaster seems to be eyeing the mentality-vitality fusion powerhouse from their family. Du Hong was surprised again. Personal grudge? Or was there some dispute between the two families? At this time, Du Hong suddenly felt a little emotional. This person, Fang Ping, was quite capable. The 2 hidden grandmasters were actually discovered by him. "General Fang, are there any more?" "Yes. Pantheon Heaven has more than one mentality-vitality fusion. There are 2. Other than that Rose, there's another one, the one with fiery red hair. The rest are gone. On the surface, there is only one mentality-vitality fusion powerhouse in each family. Counting it this way, there are 2 grandmasters, 6 mentality-vitality fusion, 17 peak rank, 6, 25 in total. There are 20 upper stage rank, 6 and 5 middle stage. Including us, the fight for 30 places is not easy. We have to kill at least a peak rank 6 to have any hope." Du Hong's tone was a little deep. "More than that, it's best to kill a few more. You know what I mean?" "Yes, I understand. Some of them are actually the kind that can be guaranteed entry." Fang Ping grinned. "Actually, the ones who suffer the most every year are not the weaklings, but the powerhouses instead." "That's right," Du Hong said softly. "In order to fight for a place, the best way is to kill those descendants who are not peerless, so that they have no chance to fight. Actually, the ones who die the most are peak rank 6. Mentality-vitality fusion will get a place if there are no accidents. The middle stage and upper stage are almost all peerless descendants. The peak ones, on the other hand, mostly come from the government or the people. This time, including us, there are a total of 25 peak who have not achieved mentality-vitality fusion. There are less than 10 peerless descendants. Of the remaining 15, at least 5 or 6 must die or be too heavily injured to fight again. Fang Ping chuckled softly. "We are middle stage. How about pretending to be peerless descendants? Don't even think about it. Actually, everyone has information. Even if they don't know now, when they go on stage later, those with grandmasters overseeing will also be informed. These grandmasters will exchange information with each other." Fang Ping nodded slightly. Then he looked at Wang Jinyang and the rest, saying, Grandmasters admit defeat directly. Of course, their target is probably not you guys. Those who achieve mentality-vitality fusion. Go on stage and pretend to be defeated. Don't use your full strength, it's meaningless. Peak rank 6. Kill them directly to deter the others. Fang Ping's tone was extremely cold. He believed that old Wang and the rest could do it. When Wang Jinyang and Li Hansong were rank 5, both of them had entangled a mentality-vitality fusion powerhouse. Now, both of them had not only just achieved rank 6, but they had also entered middle stage rank 6. Their strength was much stronger than before. Now that both of them were working together to fight mentality-vitality fusion, Fang Ping felt that both of them could win. In a one-on-one situation, a peak rank 6 was no match for them. As for Yao Chengjun, with his mentality materialization, he was actually stronger than old Wang and the rest. To middle-ranked martial artists, mentality was the most lethal weapon. As long as they were not unlucky enough to encounter martial artists who carried a lot of forbidden mentality weapons, they would be fine. However, there were not many peerless martial artists in Polaris City who had these things. Fang Ping did not think that they were street goods that everyone had. Just as Fang Ping was probing everyone's strength, the rank, 9 powerhouses had also solidified the arena. Li Daong suddenly shouted, "Enter the arena!" In the next moment, all the participating martial artists soared into the air and entered the arena. Some grandmasters entered one after another. Seeing that old man, Li was still pretending to be a statue in the distance. Fang Ping hurriedly waved at him. Now that they had entered the arena, the rank 9 mentality outside was solidified. If something happened inside, they would not even be able to break the barrier in time. Old man Li did not waste any time either. He shot forward and entered the barrier quickly. Li Daong glanced at him and did not say anything. Some of the foreign grandmasters had a slightly strange look in their eyes. Someone said softly, "Li Changsheng." That Li Changsheng who was crippled once and tormented himself into a cripple again. Someone shook his head, slightly ruminating. Yes, in some people's eyes, Li Changsheng had tormented himself into a cripple for the second time. Once a martial artist fought, his vitality would be drained away, crazily. If this was not crippled, what was? Sparring and battling were not suitable for Li Changsheng. His only use was to be a kamikaze and kill a rank 8 martial artist. Moreover, he might not be able to kill the martial artist. After all, in their opinion, Li Changsheng had only forged an incomplete golden body. Strictly speaking, he was not even a rank 8. Some of the rank 9 martial artists present naturally looked down on such a one-time consumable. It was not an exaggeration to say that he had been tormented into a cripple. Li Daong did not say anything. Some things did not need to be said. For example, who did the divine weapon forged by the rank 9 monster in MCMU belong to? Fang Ping had brought back some life essence previously. Although it felt like it was depleted, sometimes it was hard to say. In the end, the Commander-in-Chief's origin unique technique was imparted. The main purpose of Myriad Dao unification was to increase combat strength. The draining of vitality was not a waste. Instead, it was converted into an increase in combat strength. This kind of Li Changsheng. Li Daong looked around. These rank 9s present had better not provoke him. Once that fellow disregarded consumption and engaged in a great battle, someone might die. Although there were catacombs enemies all over the world, they would not hold back when they fought each other. Chapter 546. The arena in the sky was incomparably huge. Stepping on the arena, Fang Ping did not feel the metallic texture. He only felt that he was stepping on clouds, which were solidified by a rank 9 powerhouses mentality. Although a rank 9 martial artist could not maintain a constant state of solidification, as long as it was replenished at any time, it could still be maintained. Everyone entered the arena, and under the guidance of the various grandmasters, they walked to their respective seats and sat down. Fong Ping sat down and touched the ground in passing. He raised his eyebrows slightly and said, "It's very strong. I'm afraid even a rank 6 wouldn't be able to leave a mark on it. However, once it's penetrated, I'm afraid the few rank 9s who are maintaining it will also suffer from the backlash." At this moment, Minister Wang happened to be sitting in front of Fong Ping. Upon hearing that, he chuckled softly. "How is that possible? This is Sino Nation. The powerhouses won't make a move. How could it be broken?" Fong Ping smiled and said nothing. At this moment, Li Daong walked to the center and said loudly, "Everyone should be clear about the rules. It's the same old rules. 3 chances to challenge and 3 chances to be challenged. No matter if it was a challenge or being challenged. No one was allowed to refuse. After the 6 chances were used up, the winner of the final battle would automatically enter the competition. If he failed the last time, he could only withdraw. If the number of finalists exceeded the number, then arrangements would be made. If the number was not enough, then more would be added. Other than that, humans were striving for survival. The catacombs' great enemy was right in front of them. We humans must unite as one. The competition for the quotas is dangerous. When warriors fight, accidents are everywhere. However, if the opponent had lost the ability to fight, it was not allowed to intentionally kill the opponent. Lastly, remind the non-participating martial artists that they are not allowed to interfere with the competition. If a martial artist breaks the rules at the last moment and kills a defenseless opponent, China will step in to stop them. After saying that, Li Daong continued, "In the first round, China's Du Hong will start to choose his opponent. He'll rotate according to his strength, and he can choose to give up the challenge." At this moment, Fong Ping suddenly said loudly, "Commander, this is the order of strength to choose the opponent. But if someone hides their strength, then what should we do?" Li Daong gave him a glance and said coolly, "Strength represents priority. Choosing to hide means giving up the priority. It doesn't mean that just because you are strong, you must be the first to challenge." Fong Ping smiled and did not ask any more questions. In conclusion, the strong were respected. "I am strong, so I can choose my opponent first. I'm strong and I can choose to hide. Who cares how I challenge?" It was very fair. It was indeed very fair. Those with strength could be willful. In the world of martial artists, this was a kind of fairness. Currently, blood essence fusion was the strongest. On the surface, each side had sent out a single blood essence fusion expert. The order was China, Heaven of Gods, World of 10,000 Pagodas, Ancient Buddhist Sacred Land, Totem City, and Andes Mountains. This was also the ranking of strength. The law of the jungle was vividly reflected in this game-like competition. Even if the descendants of those at the pinnacle had special privileges, it was still a manifestation of the law of the jungle. Fong Ping was not averse to a competition like this. Instead, he found it more interesting. Perhaps the ultimate powerhouses had arranged these rules so that their descendants could see through the essence of everything. Everything, all of it was the sorrow of the weak. However, how many people could truly see through it? These apex experts were indeed cold-blooded. They were using the blood of outsiders to tell their descendants that only the strong could control everything. Unfortunately, in Fong Ping's opinion, he was not cold-blooded enough. If he was truly cold-blooded, then he should be even more ruthless and remove these privileges from his descendants. At that time, perhaps everyone would be able to experience the true danger. At the same time, Fong Ping was a little happy. It was precisely because the apex experts were not cold-blooded enough that they would protect humans. If they did not even care about the lives of their own family members, how could they expect them to protect the human world? What a joke! It was a very complicated mentality. He hoped that these apex experts would be emotionless, but he also hoped that these apex experts would still retain some feelings. Martial artists without feelings who would fight to protect. In the crowd, Du Hong stood up. Looking around, Some of the other parties were slightly nervous. Someone, however, mocked loudly. Du Hong, is there no one else in Sino Nation? You actually became the leader of the younger generation. If you have the guts, come and challenge me. This was what Common from the world of 10,000 pagodas said. Provoking these powerhouses with vitality fusion and letting them have the opportunity to challenge them was something that all vitality fusion experts would do. Otherwise, it was very likely that their teammates would be killed. The golden-haired, green-eyed Luo Saisai chuckled. General Du Hong, I heard that you killed 30,000 people in one battle previously. Your personal strength has not been verified yet. Why don't you spar with me? On the ancient Buddha side, a martial artist with dark skin, especially big eyes and dirty hair that almost touched the ground, clasped his hands together and said, General Du Buchuoi would also like to see the power of Sino Nation's martial arts. A few vitality fusion powerhouses were taking turns to provoke him. Fong Ping listened for a while and laughed softly. These guys don't seem to be very good at provoking people. Beside him, Jiang Chao chuckled. Do they really have a sense of shame? That's so embarrassing. Besides, martial arts powerhouses are all determined. Every family has a plan. Actually, there's no point in provoking them. That's not necessarily true. While both of them were talking, Du Hong's gaze fell on an upper stage rank 6 martial artist from the Hall of Gods. Being stared at by Du Hong, the brown-haired man's expression changed slightly, but he did not say anything. Fong Ping frowned slightly. Was he going to kill his opponent? Even if it was against a normal peak, mentality vitality fusion was a sure win. Du Hong did not choose a peak powerhouse, but chose an upper stage rank 6. The intention of killing his opponent was very obvious. Other than Sino Nation, the Hall of Gods had the most people with 14. Seeing Du Hong looking at the people on his side, Luo Saisai's expression did not look too good. He said lightly, General Du, don't you even have the guts to fight me? Are you afraid that I'll kill the general? Don't worry. If we really fight, I'll spare your life. You come out. Du Hong was not disturbed. He pointed directly at the upper stage rank 6 martial artist. The brown-haired martial artist did not say much. He stood up and walked toward the center. Fong Ping glanced at him. Seeing the look in his eyes that looked like he was looking at death calmly, he suddenly cursed under his breath. In the front row, Minister Wang turned his head and gave him a look. Seeing that, Fong Ping said in a low voice, You know that you might die if you come. Why don't you even allow me to admit defeat? See blood, just to let the descendants of the peak see how cruel a martial artist's battle is? Just to be a monkey? Minister Wang said in a low voice, Because of the quota. This is the benefit. You don't get up early without benefits. The peak throws out the bait. If you don't take it, no one will stop you. I don't care about this quota. Fong Ping cursed. Then he suddenly said, You want to see blood, right? You want to let the peak's descendants see how martial artists fight? Fine today. Fong Ping. Minister Wang's expression turned cold. He growled, Don't cause trouble. It's been like this for more than 100 years. If you don't want to participate, no one will force you. It's not your turn yet. You can withdraw or even pretend to be dead and hurt yourself. But this is a big deal. It concerns the birth of many high-ranked powerhouses. If you mess up the competition, even MCMAU can't protect you. Fong Ping snorted, looking displeased. I know. I didn't say I'll cause trouble. I said next it's my turn. I'll specialize in fighting the peak's descendants. As long as I don't kill them, that's fine. I'll just cripple a few. If I can't, look at your grandfather. Fong Ping suddenly cursed at the 2 young family members beside him. With a fierce look, he said, Mother asterisk her. If you keep looking at me like that, when it's time for me to challenge, I'll kill both of you directly. Don't give me that. There are 4 people from the Martial Arts University. No matter who you challenge, as long as you dare to cause trouble for the Martial Arts University, I promise you that both of you won't go back alive. Mother asterisk her. You're all bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Your peak is dead. So what if I kill you? Fang Ping, one of the two Yang family members, had an icy expression. He said in a low voice, "You really think that we can't do anything to you?" Fang Ping suddenly regained his composure. He chuckled. "Fine. I was too lazy to care about you before. Let me ask you now, why are you so hostile toward me? I don't have a grudge against the Yang family. Grandmaster Yang Daohong died. At least I brought back his corpse and the rank 9 divine weapon. To be honest, if I was more ruthless at that time, I could have killed the two Grandmasters Li Mo directly. I wouldn't even have to return the rank 9 divine weapon. If I killed them in the bounded domain, who would know? If I said they all died together, what can you do? You wouldn't dare." The Yang family member said coldly, "If you dare to kill them, then you'll be committing a crime against Star City. Do you dare?" Fang Ping laughed. "If that's the case, I should have saved them. It's a must. In your opinion, it's wrong for me to not be able to save Grandmaster Yang Daohong. Is that right?" Both of them did not speak. Fang Ping did not know if they agreed or did not want to speak. Fang Ping laughed happily again. "So, in your opinion, even if I couldn't save him, the spoils of war must belong to you. Now, I'm the one who snatched your spoils of war, right? So, I'm not your benefactor, but your enemy. The enemy who caused the Yang family to decline. Am I right? Because I'm weak, that's what you think. How can the weak have human rights? Are you still living in the past?" At the end of his sentence, Fang Ping suddenly looked sympathetic. He said with a face full of pity, "To be honest, 99% of the people I've killed in this life are catacombs martial artists. I've killed a few evil sect martial artists because I thought they deserved to die. When I first started practicing martial arts, I killed 2 university classmates because I was impulsive and hot-blooded. Now that I think about it, maybe they didn't deserve to die. But I've never regretted it because they provoked me first and had the intention to kill me. After bringing back the 2 Grandmasters, I can't say whether I regret it or not. After I've done it, I won't think about it anymore. But bringing back Grandmaster Yang Daohong's corpse, maybe it's the biggest mistake I've made so far. The Yang family, do you really think that I, Fang Ping, can be bullied? Both of you have been staring at me with those disgusting eyes for a long time. I didn't want to fight with you on account of your elder ancestor protecting humanity for so many years. Did I make concessions again and again make you think you can push your luck? Fang Ping." Before the 2 Yang family members could speak, Minister Wang said in a low voice, "We'll talk about this after the competition." Fang Ping was in a bad mood. He said irritably, "I don't want to be watched by others, especially when there are 2 dogs staring at me. If they dare to look at me again, Minister, I'll kill them." Arrogant. These words came from the front. The Yang family rank 8 looked unfriendly, his eyes cold and stern. Fang Ping, hand over the rank 9 monster or the forged divine weapon, and we'll let this matter go. Otherwise, Fang Ping chuckled. What can the Yang family do to me? That day, the government didn't object and tacitly agreed that I took those things. Are you going to attack and kill me? Yang, he suddenly regained his composure and said softly, "The Yang family has declined to this point. The glory of the past is gone. The Yang family has no intention of making enemies with anyone. The rank 9 origin has already been used by Vice-Chancellor Wu. I'll take a step back and ask for a rank 9 divine weapon. Don't tell me that the Yang family doesn't even have the right to do so?" After saying that, Yang, he looked at Su Haoran and said in a complicated tone, "The elder ancestor has fallen. Big brother died in battle. The enemies he killed before he died have all fallen into someone else's hands. Big brother Su, aren't you afraid of disappointing everyone by watching from the sidelines?" Su Haoran's expression was also complicated. He said helplessly, "Yang He, Fang Ping has already returned Dao Hong's divine weapon. I can let Yang Qing use his divine weapon to exchange for the one Fang Ping obtained. You're making things difficult for Star Town. Yang He, Star Town hasn't abandoned anyone. The Yang family's situation isn't good now. You should recuperate for a period of time. Focus on your cultivation and achieve rank 9. The Yang family's glory will still be there. My aptitude is average. Without the help of the origin, how can I achieve rank 9? Qing is still young. When will she be able to achieve rank 9? Now, only when Qing and I both have rank 9 divine weapons can we restore the Yang family's vitality to the greatest extent. The two of them kept talking, but Fang Ping did not look at them. He was staring at the central area at the battle between Du Hong and the upper stage rank 6 martial artist. 3 moves. In just 3 moves, Du Hong's spear pierced through the other party's skull. Fang Ping suddenly shouted, "Kill!" No one uttered a word. The people nearby looked at Fang Ping with some surprise. They did not understand. Du Hong was killing someone. Why was he so agitated? Only old man Li, who had been silent all this while, moved his eyes slightly. Yang He's figure appeared in his peripheral vision. Fang Ping had made up his mind. Today he would kill the Yang family's rank 8. The fall of an absolute peak, the fall of a rank 9, had caused the Yang family's rank 8 to be in an extremely extreme state. Fang Ping was afraid of death. He was very afraid that he would die without knowing why. He still had too many things that he had not done. There were still too many people that he could not let go of. A rank 8 who was already in a state of madness, could not be persuaded by anyone. Over at Stellar Sky City, Su Haoran spoke again and again, trying to persuade the other party. However, the other party had no intention of giving up. He wanted to take back that rank 9 divine weapon, the divine weapon that, in Fang Ping's opinion, had nothing to do with the Yang family. The other party's remaining rationality prevented him from snatching it now, because the Yang family was no match for MCMAU. However, Fang Ping could not be sure that if this continued, the Yang family would become more and more enraged, more and more unwilling. There was no way Fang Ping could survive a rank 8 powerhouse's ambush, especially if the other party intended to kill him. Old man Li did not make a move now. The Yang family was still one of them. If he made a move, Stellar Sky City would not let it go. However, if the Yang family made the first move, he could kill the other party quickly. The two of them, one in front and one behind, did not speak, nor did they communicate. Old man Li, on the other hand, was prepared. Today, the divine weapon, Longevity Sword, would see blood. Fang Ping's gaze was cold and fierce. He kept staring at the central area, ignoring the Yang family. At this moment, Rosais from the God's Paradise had already stood up, his gaze fixed on the Sino Nation side. Du Hong killed one of their upper stage rank 6 martial artists in 3 moves. Logically, he should also kill a Sino Nation martial artist to make up for it. Just as Rosais was looking at him, Fang Ping suddenly avoided his gaze, revealing an undetectable hint of timidity. Beside him, Wang Jinyang glanced at Fang Ping without batting an eyelid. This fellow, was he trying to screw over Rosais or the Yang clan? After Fang Ping said so much just now, when the word kill came out of his mouth, he knew that Fang Ping had the intention to kill. No one knew better than him how much Fang Ping valued his life. In the past, the fugitive Huang been only temporarily stayed on the 2nd floor. Because Fang Ping suspected that the other party might be plotting against him, he dared to deal with the rank 2 martial artist as an aspiring martial artist. Now, the Yang family's attitude was obvious. They would not stop until the divine weapon was handed over. How could Fang Ping ignore it? Wang Jinyang knew who had the rank 9 divine weapon, not to mention that it had been forged into a longevity sword. Even if it did not, Fang Ping would not hand it over. In this way, the conflict between the two parties was almost impossible to reconcile. Wang Jinyang wanted to persuade him. In the end, it turned into a sigh. That day, when the two of them were in the bounded domain, Fong Ping did not intend to bring them back. Even if he did not silence them, he would leave the two of them there. In the end, the two of them would die completely. No one would go to the bounded domain in the short term. In the end, it was Wang Jinyang who persuaded Fong Ping to bring the two of them back. Now, because of this matter, the Yang family had become hostile toward him. Wang Jinyang did not know what to say, nor could he say anything. In the central area, Rosai's gaze had already landed on Fong Ping. He knew this Sino-Nation genius. Mentality materialization. Before this, the advice given by the rank 9 in Pantheon was not to challenge him. The other party was not weak. If the battle was too intense, even if the other party was killed, he would be injured, and others would take advantage of it. Now, however, this person was actually afraid. To challenge or not to challenge, a cowardly martial artist, even if his strength was not weak, would not be able to unleash his full strength in a life-and-death battle. Rosais could not make a decision at that moment. At this moment, Fong Ping had already concealed his emotions and returned to normal. He looked at him and smiled. "Screw right? Why don't we play? Don't worry, I won't kill you. Since General Fong has said so, then we'll do as you Sino-Nation says." "I'll do as you say. General Fong, please." Rosais looked straight at Fong Ping, a playful expression on his face. As Fong Ping said, Fong Ping dared not kill him. On the other hand, he could take a gamble. This person was not as strong as he appeared. Killing him could also weaken some of Sino-Nation's strength. Although every country was resisting the catacombs, sometimes a weak opponent was a good thing. The fight for the right to speak was nothing. More importantly, the catacombs' powerhouses also looked at which side was weak and attacked which side was weak. The situation in Sino-Nation was deteriorating, and other places were deteriorating even faster. At this time, weakening Sino-Nation's strength might cause the catacombs to shift their target to attack Sino-Nation. In the future, if they really had to abandon some areas, Sino-Nation's attacks were so fierce, naturally they would be abandoned areas. A young genius might not be enough to change anything, but a genius with unlimited potential. Killing him would still be beneficial. Fong Ping seemed to be stunned for a moment. He smiled and said, "You really want to challenge me?" "Of course." Fong Ping stood up and sighed softly. "I thought that if you and I fight, we might drag it out to the end. I didn't expect this." "Fine, let's do it then." Fong Ping walked toward the central area. Many Sino-Nation grandmasters frowned slightly. Fong Ping was strong. Logically, Rosais would not challenge him in the first round. Now, however, the other party did it. This surprised the Sino-Nation grandmasters. They could not understand it. No one saw the flash of cowardice in Fong Ping's eyes earlier. Even if someone saw it. Li Daong, for example, was frowning. What was Fong Ping trying to do? Fighting with such a powerhouse in the first round might not necessarily be beneficial to him. Showing off his strength? There was no need for that. Slightly puzzled, Li Daong looked around and looked at the crowd, his brows furrowed. This time, was it good or bad to let Fong Ping and the rest participate in the competition? Chapter 547. Central Area. Fong Ping walked out slowly, holding his saber with his right hand. He said seriously, "We're both fighting for the survival of mankind. I don't want to kill you. I also hope that everyone can avoid casualties as much as possible." Luo Sais could not help but laugh. Then his expression turned cold. He pointed at the corpse that had been collected. "General Fong, didn't your teacher teach you that life and death are fated in a fight between martial artists?" "I understand." Fong Ping said no more. He took a light breath and said loudly, "Sino-Nation Magic City Martial Arts University student, Fong Ping." Luo Sais frowned slightly, but he still introduced himself. "European Youth Competition Representative, Luo Sais Campbell." As soon as he finished speaking, Fong Ping unsheathed his saber and slashed. When the saber slashed, The air exploded and sparks flew everywhere. Luo Seius was a globally recognized top-notch rank 6 powerhouse. He had once killed a mentality-vitality fusion with 3 slashes. His strength was terrifying. As soon as Fang Ping unsheathed his saber, Luo Seius let out a roar. A vitality glow formed around his body. The door-sized greatsword was as fast as lightning in his hands. When Fang Ping's saber fell, Luo Seius also swung his sword and slashed. Boom! The loud sound of metal colliding and the sound of air exploding rang out. Thud, thud, thud. Loud footsteps could be heard. Fang Ping took more than 10 steps back. His hands were trembling. Pale, golden blood dripped to the ground. Opposite him, Luo Seius smiled faintly. Both of them said nothing. That move just now was just a probing attack from both of them. However, after the attack, Luo Seius did not move an inch, but Fang Ping took a few steps back. His flesh cracked. A simple probing attack, and Fang Ping was at a disadvantage. Fang Ping is only a middle-stage rank 6 after all. In the crowd, Minister Wang sighed softly. Was Fang Ping strong? Very strong. A middle-stage rank 6 and a mentality-vitality fusion. The difference was huge. Not to mention that Fang Ping was facing an invincible rank 6 powerhouse who was famous in both Europe and America. After the attack, Fang Ping was not killed. He was only at a disadvantage. This was already the standard of a top-notch rank 6. Fang Ping's golden bones and half-golden body would not be weaker than a peak rank 6 powerhouse. However, this was not Fang Ping's advantage. As soon as Minister Wang finished speaking, many nodded. Fang Ping was indeed very strong, so strong that it was somewhat unexpected. He did not even use his own mentality. Relying solely on his vitality and physique, he was able to contend against an invincible rank 6 powerhouse. Even though there was a difference of a few ranks, his strength had indeed exceeded everyone's expectations. However, Luo Seius was no ordinary rank 6. It was impossible for Fang Ping to rely on his physique and vitality to defeat the other. In the crowd, he stared at Fang Ping. It was indeed very powerful. It was a pity that he had shown off his abilities. If he hadn't been so full of himself at the start, he wouldn't have been targeted by the Hall of God's top experts. Back when he had materialized his mind energy, he had kept a low profile and did not cause a ruckus. A powerhouse like Luo Seius would definitely look down on him. Even killing him would be a waste of a challenge opportunity. He's a genius, but a genius who hasn't grown up yet. No matter how much of a genius he is, he won't be an expert. He murmured in his heart. Geniuses and experts were not equal. Geniuses could die, experts could die, but the prerequisite was that you could kill them. The Yang family knew that Fang Ping was extraordinarily talented. He also did not want to make things difficult for Fang Ping. In other words, Fang Ping, who had not reached a high rank, was not worthy of his attention. However, Fang Ping had taken away his eldest brother's spoils of war. If the old ancestor was still here, the Yang family might not care about this. With a top powerhouse around, that was confidence. So what if there was one more rank, 9 or 1 less? However, the old ancestor was dead. Eldest brother was dead. Not only that, a rank 9 divine weapon. Actually, he had it himself. He had inherited Yang Daohong's rank 9 divine weapon. Did he really care about a rank 9 divine weapon? Yang Qing did not, but Yang Qing was only a rank 7. No matter how anxious he was, there was no need to be so anxious. The key point was that Fang Ping and the others had entered the inner boundary of the bounded domain. Would he believe that it was Qin Fengqing who had entered the inner boundary? The ones who had entered the inner boundary were Fang Ping, Wang Jinyang, and Li Hansong. The 3 of them had advanced from rank 5 to middle stage rank 6 in a short period of time. Especially Fang Ping, his mentality had materialized in advance. Did he really think everyone was stupid? Without entering the bounded domain, Even if they were all resurrected martial artists, it was impossible for them to improve so quickly. The three of them had entered, but they had concealed the truth. Some people who knew would pretend not to know, but the Yang family could not. The Yang family's old ancestor was still inside. Since they had entered, then what about the old ancestor's remains? He had inquired about some information very clearly. How could Fong Ping and the others bring so many spoils of war, traversing thousands of miles and returning to Tianan City? Storage ring. The old ancestors' storage ring was in their hands. The old ancestors' remains must be in their hands too. These B** stars had hidden the old ancestors' remains. That was the Yang family's old ancestor. Yang, his mind was full of thoughts. There were some things that he did not say, but it did not mean that he had really ignored it. Paragon. The Yang family needed to produce a new paragon. Originally, the Yang family had hopes of producing a new paragon. If the Rose City Lord's origin had been given to him, he would have stepped into rank 9 and then accepted the old ancestors' inheritance. He would have had hopes of entering the paragon and leading the Yang family to the peak again. But all of this had been destroyed by Fong Ping. Fong Ping thought that he was doing it for the rank 9 divine weapon. Little did he know that Yang, he was thinking more about something else. He did not see the storage ring, but Fong Ping would probably carry this kind of treasure with him. Yang, he had been paying attention to him for a long time. He wanted to see if something would suddenly appear on Fong Ping's body. If he was injured, would he have more pills and life essence? Yang, he looked on coldly from the side. He glanced at Su Howren from the corner of his eyes. The people in Stellar Sky City were getting more and more stupid. He used the rank 9 divine weapon as an excuse to make things difficult for Fong Ping. Was it really for a rank 9 divine weapon? The old ancestors' remains and storage ring were in Fong Ping's hands. That was what he wanted. That was the foundation for the Yang family to rise again. It was a pity that he could not tell anyone about this, not even Yang Qing. It would be fine if Yang Daohong was alive. The Yang family had a rank 9 powerhouse. Even if the other paragons were tempted, they still had to consider some things and could only let the Yang family inherit. But now he was only rank 8. The Yang family could not absorb and digest everything in a short period of time to produce a new paragon. Yang, he did not have to think to know that if the news was leaked, no one would support the Yang family to inherit everything. They would only choose a rank 9 to inherit the old ancestors' path to the paragon. There were many rank 9s in Stellar Sky City. The government also had a lot of them. It would not be his turn. At most, they would give him some benefits as a consolation. It's a pity that Qing and I are too conspicuous. We can't follow him into the catacombs to kill him. We'll be discovered soon. If I want to take back the old ancestors' remains and storage ring, I can only find an opportunity and an excuse. He's too strong. Yang Mu and Yang Feng might not be his match. Damn it. Why don't I kill him? I'll look for an opportunity to search his body. I should be able to find the storage ring. Yang, his mind was full of thoughts. The 2 Yang family members had always been hostile to Fong Ping. Even when Li Daong and the others warned them several times, Yang, he did not show any signs of stopping them. The reason was simple. He wanted to provoke Fong Ping. If Fong Ping was so angry that he did not know what to say or even attacked him, then he could kill Fong Ping fair and square. As for asking Fong Ping to hand it over voluntarily, that fellow was not even willing to hand over a rank 9 divine weapon. How would he be willing to hand over the old ancestors' remains and remains? Initially, everything was going well, but now, Yang, he glanced at Li Chongsheng, who was like a statue beside him. Damn it, MCMAU had actually sent someone to the youth competition. Moreover, it was not another rank 7, but Li Chongsheng, who was the Myriad Dao unification. Even if this fellow was expendable, his combat strength was not weak. Just as Yang, he was thinking of a million things. Central area. Fang Ping and Luo Seius had already exchanged dozens of blows. Luo Seius's movements were extremely fast. He had even ignited his vitality. His combat strength was even stronger now. The booming sounds were incessant. Fang Ping's body was already riddled with sword wounds. The gigantic long sword almost split Fang Ping in half a few times. Luo Seius sent Fang Ping flying with a sword again. He said mildly, "General Fang, at this point, you're still not using your mentality. Do you really think that you can fight me with your middle stage rank 6 strength?" Fang Ping wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He grinned and said, "Vitality is easy to recover, but mentality is difficult. I have to leave some ace up my sleeve. I'm not fighting you alone." Having said that, Fang Ping's vitality began to recover rapidly. Although it did not happen in an instant, it only took 5 to 6 seconds. Seeing this, everyone knew Fang Ping's plan. He wanted to rely on rapid vitality recovery to wear down Luo Seius. Just as Fang Ping said, everyone was fighting more than one battle. Mentality was difficult to recover. Everyone knew this. If Fang Ping did not use his mentality, then he still had some ace up his sleeve. This way, Fang Ping could continue to fight other powerhouses who had mentality-vitality fusion. When martial artists fight, it's foolish not to use their full strength. Luo Seius shook his head in his heart. Sure enough, he was still too young. When I kill you, no matter how many tricks you have up your sleeve, you won't be able to use them. Thinking of this, Luo Seius stopped probing Fang Ping. Before this, he had been worried about Fang Ping's mentality. Now that the other party had made it clear that he would not use it unless it was a life-and-death situation, what was there to hesitate about? Just as Fang Ping's vitality recovered, Luo Seius made his move. Luo Seius roared, his vitality soaring. The great sword appeared above Fang Ping's head in the blink of an eye, like a leaf that made no sound. Fang Ping roared again and again, his chaos-vanquishing saber slashing wildly. In the void, the Emperor's blood splattered. Shadows of emperors wrapped around the great sword. Boom, boom, boom. A series of booming sounds rang out. Fang Ping shot out, his face pale. This time he did not take the attack head-on. Instead, he moved extremely fast, darting around the arena. He's recovering his vitality. This kid's vitality recovery speed is really fast, but someone said in a low voice, but there's a limit to his recovery. Previously, he recovered in less than 3 seconds. After that, it took 5 to 6 seconds. Now it's almost 10 seconds. It seems like the recovery is slower in the later stages. If we really exhaust him a few more times, he won't be able to recover. And the longer the recovery time, the more opportunities the opponent has. Some of the foreign grandmasters said they were discussing in low voices, but everyone present was a powerhouse. No one could hear them. Li Daon glanced at them and said coldly, "No one is allowed to interfere with the competition." Fang Ping's ability to recover vitality quickly had been revealed when he was a rank 1. Everyone knew this. However, Fang Ping did not have much time to recover vitality when he was fighting on the ground. In the early stages, Fang Ping relied on pills to recover. In the later stages, when his rank was higher, Fang Ping seemed to rely on the energy stored in his body to recover quickly. However, no one knew how many times Fang Ping could recover. Everyone only knew that Fang Ping, who was a middle stage rank 6, relied on his vitality to recover to peak quickly and had already delayed Luo Seius for a long time. However, if this continued, he would not be able to defeat Luo Seius. Recovering vitality quickly. Child's play. Luo Seius said in a barely audible voice, a hint of mockery on his face. At his rank, it was wishful thinking for Fang Ping to rely on this to close the gap between them. Fang Ping seemed to feel this as well. A sharp look flashed in his eyes. "You're forcing me to kill you," Fang Ping growled. Just as Luo Seius's great sword pierced through the air and swept across his head again, Fang Ping let out an angry roar. In the void, a small city materialized in an instant. The small city enlarged abruptly, covering the entire central area. In the next moment, the small city descended, enveloping both Fang Ping and Luo Seius within it. The moment both of them entered the small city, a blood-red sun crashed down from the sky above the city. Luo Seius's expression was solemn. He waved his sword and slashed rapidly. At this moment, Fang Ping pierced through the air, celestiality sparkling on the chaos-vanquishing saber as he slashed. Interesting, but it's not enough. Luo Seius grinned. His great sword rose into the air abruptly, exchanging blows with the blood-red sun in midair. As for Luo Seius himself, celestiality appeared on his fist as he punched at Fang Ping's chaos-vanquishing saber. With this punch, Luo Seius was like a god of war. His body expanded abruptly, so did his fist, covering Fang Ping in one punch. Boom! A deafening roar resounded. The aftermath shattered countless illusory buildings in the small city. The moment these buildings shattered, they were like phantoms, like smoke. The broken ruins melted into the blood-red sun in the sky. A mentality combat technique adapted from the blood saber technique? No, it's just a little superficial. That blood-red sun is the core of his mentality materialization. As long as the sun is destroyed, Fang Ping will definitely be severely injured. It's a little flashy but impractical. But to be able to do this at his age, he's worthy of being Sino Nation's martial arts genius. Indeed, to be able to fight Luo Seius to this extent, forcing Luo Seius to burn his vitality and unleash his god of war's true form, he's a very powerful young man. I'm afraid a typical peak rank 6 would be killed in no time. Don't challenge him. The Grandmasters discussed fervently in hushed voices. Li Daong did not say anything else because Fang Ping's performance was too obvious. Everyone could see it. Naturally, Luo Seius could see it too. In the small city in the central area, Fang Ping's blood-red sun bombarded Luo Seius's great sword continuously. As for Fang Ping himself, he condensed celestiality, slashing incessantly, one slash after another. Countless Emperor Phantoms had already appeared, surrounding Luo Seius, who had grown larger. Is this the invincible rank 6? Ridiculous. In the small city, Fang Ping sneered. Under everyone's surprised gaze, Fang Ping suddenly uprooted a 7- or 8-story building beside him and smashed it directly at Luo Seius. Luo Seius let out a furious roar. His gigantic fist was not even worth mentioning in front of the small building. Yet he punched with all his might, imbued with celestiality's outburst. With a loud bang, the small building collapsed. Fang Ping did not hesitate. He continued to uproot small buildings one after another and smash them madly. This time, even the Grandmasters were extremely surprised. This fellow's materialization was very special. Not only that, but Fang Ping's mentality recovery speed did not seem to be slow either. These buildings that he smashed were not real buildings, but simulated by his mentality. Luo Seius was indeed extremely powerful. Punch after punch, he smashed countless buildings into pieces. Just as Fang Ping was about to continue uprooting buildings and smash him, Luo Seius's vitality burned to the extreme. His gigantic fist broke through the air, smashing toward Fang Ping's head from a distance. Fang Ping roared. Countless buildings around him turned into shadows instantly. This time, they did not merge into the red sun, but into Fang Ping's chaos-vanquishing saber. At this moment, the chaos-vanquishing saber creaked, like ripples on water, becoming slightly illusory. Fang Ping integrated his powerful mentality, mixed with celestiality and vitality force, and slashed his saber again. When the saber slashed out, another phenomenon appeared in the void. The gods had fallen. Immortal vanquishing saber? Some of the Grandmasters in Sino Nation exclaimed in surprise. Fang Ping's mentality had not been materialized for long, but he had learned quite a few mentality combat skills. However, very soon, Someone shook his head slightly and said, "It's neither. It's just a shell." Although Fong Ping had used two major mentality combat skills consecutively, the Grandmasters could see that he had only scratched the surface. Compared to real mentality combat skills, it was still much weaker. Even so, Luo Seius was not a rank 7 after all. Although his combat strength was unparalleled, this collision of saber and fist still caused Luo Seius to suffer. The gigantic fist was directly slashed by the chaos-vanquishing saber until flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Even the bones in his hand seemed to have cracked from the slash. Luo Seius, who had been suppressing Fong Ping earlier, was now being suppressed by Fong Ping. Chapter 548. "Screw, looks like this is all you've got." Just as everyone was discussing in low voices, Fong Ping's voice was loud, his tone sarcastic. "I'll kill you." As soon as Fong Ping's voice fell, the crimson sun expanded countless times in an instant and crashed down. The door-sized greatsword was smashed onto the ground directly, falling into the small town. The crimson sun's glow dimmed a little. Rosais roared, "How dare you underestimate me? How dare you use the materialized object's core directly? You're asking for death." Rosais roared. If he destroyed the materialized object's core, Fong Ping would definitely be heavily injured. The moment the crimson sun crashed, Rosais roared skywards. His body expanded to its limit again, like an ancient giant. The door-sized greatsword was smashed onto the ground. Rosais did not use his sword anymore. He extended his arms and leaped into the air, holding the crimson sun in his hands. Despite being pressed down continuously, Rosais' expression was fierce. Fong Ping was too arrogant. He actually dared to use the materialized object's core to directly touch him. "Shatter!" Rosais roared again. His entire body's vitality burned to its limit. His arms grabbed the crimson sun directly and began to tear it apart. Creak! The crimson sun, formed entirely from mentality, was showing signs of shattering. Fong Ping's expression changed, but he gritted his teeth. The illusory buildings in the small town disappeared one after another. In the next moment, they all merged into the crimson sun. The crimson sun erupted with incomparably brilliant rays. Rumble! With a loud explosion, half of the crimson sun exploded. Rosais' face turned pale instantly. Flesh and blood splattered from his arms. The bones in his hands shattered. "Ah!" Rosais screamed. Fong Ping actually made the materialized object's core explode directly. Was this bastard not afraid of death? If he was not afraid of death, why did he look so guilty earlier? Bastard! He was luring me to attack him. Rosais roared again and again. Fong Ping's face was extremely pale, but he soared into the sky, swinging his saber and slashing. Rumble! Rosais retreated continuously, gritting his teeth and saying, "Enough! If we continue to fight, you and I will both become targets for others. What a joke! If I kill you, who would dare to challenge me?" Fong Ping was extremely arrogant. Rosais was furious. In the next moment, he suddenly ignored Fong Ping and threw a punch at the broken crimson sun. Dong, dong, dong! As the blood sun collided with Rosais, it became even more damaged. There was a hint of worry in Fong Ping's eyes, but he still refused to give up. With a roar, more than half of the broken bloody sun exploded again. At this moment, the blood sun was already extremely dim. Luo Seius was also dizzy. It was at this moment that Fong Ping slashed with his saber, his speed unbelievably fast. Bang! Crack! The sound of metal scraping against metal was heard, followed by the sound of bones breaking. Rosai's left arm fell off. "Damn it! Don't think you'll have it easy either." Luo Seius came to his senses immediately. His right fist bombarded the bloody sun again, making the bloody sun grow dimmer and dimmer. Blood was splattering from Fong Ping's 7 orifices. His face was drained of color. Enduring the pain, Fong Ping continued to slash at his opponent's skull. After a few consecutive slashes, Rosais roared furiously. He turned around and threw a punch at Fong Ping. The two of them continued to exchange blows in midair. In the void of space, two afterimages constantly crossed each other. At this moment, the dim blood sun descended once again. Rosais roared, "Do you have a death wish?" "Kill you, bastard." Rosais was starting to regret it. *CK. He should not have challenged this bastard. This bastard dared to throw the materialized object core like a ball. If it was shattered, he would be heavily injured too. The competition had just begun. There were still a few powerhouses who had achieved mentality-vitality fusion. Was he not afraid that if both of them were injured, the others would take advantage of both of them? He had thought that this bastard was a coward who was afraid of death. He had really miscalculated this time. He sent the bloody sun flying with another punch. Anger flashed across Rosais's eyes. This bastard was a lunatic. He did not care if both of them were injured. He might not care, but he could not. This is only the first battle. I can't be injured too badly, or else. Thinking of this, Rosais's eyes flashed fiercely. Just as Fong Ping's saber was about to slash, Rosais flew out abruptly and landed on the ground. Blood was spilling from his mouth. His face drained of color. Fong Ping frowned slightly. He did not even think about it. The red sun crashed down again. "Stop!" The rank 9 powerhouse from Pantheon roared angrily when he saw this. He could see that Rosais wanted to preserve his strength. At this time, Rosais had taken the initiative to show signs of weakness, which meant that he had admitted defeat. Although he could not admit defeat, he was already at his limit. If Fong Ping attacked him again, it would mean that he was purposely trying to kill him. "Trash!" Fong Ping sneered, withdrawing the mentality materialization instantly. Then he looked around and said mockingly, "Mentality-vitality fusion is nothing more than this. My mentality, spirit, and soul have been depleted. Challenge me if you can. Play dead and I let you go." Arrogant, arrogant. Rosais, this trash. Many people spoke up. Some began to despise Rosais. Rosais did not say a word. He picked up his fallen left arm and looked at Fong Ping. The materialized object was put away. Fong Ping was stepping on a giant sword. That was his. His injuries were not as serious as they had imagined. Everyone could see that if they continued, it would be hard to tell who would win between him and Fong Ping. However, he did not want to fight to the death with Fong Ping in the first battle. This bastard was even crazier than he was. He was the youth leader of the Paradise of Gods. He had to consider the big picture. He could not fight this lunatic to the end. Fong Ping did not even look at him. He stepped on the giant sword and performed the flight step, flying toward the Sino Nation camp. Rosai's expression changed. He wanted to say something, but stopped himself. "Damn bastard, give me back my sword." However, Fong Ping had already flown away with the sword. He had also pretended to be exhausted earlier. If he asked for it now, it would be even more embarrassing. "Bastard. Just you wait. I'll give you one last chance to challenge me. I'll definitely kill you, bastard." Rosais cursed in his heart. He no longer cared about the giant sword. When he returned to the Paradise of Gods, he immediately took a bottle from a rank 9 powerhouse and gulped it down. He pressed his left arm far away. In the blink of an eye, his left arm was connected to his body at a speed visible to the naked eye. Rosai's vitality was restored to its peak in an instant. Seeing this, many people's eyes flickered. They gave up on the idea of taking advantage of him. As for Fong Ping, he was too brutal and powerful. Everyone gave up on the idea of challenging him. Sino Nation camp. Fong Ping steered the giant sword back to his original position. Minister Wang was just about to congratulate him when Fong Ping cast many mentality barriers in a row. Then his expression changed slightly. "Minister, you're here." Minister Wang's expression changed. He continued to strengthen the barriers. At this moment, Fong Ping's face turned extremely pale. The materialized object suddenly appeared in front of him, disappearing in a flash. However, all the grandmasters present saw it. The bloody sun collapsed instantly. The moment it collapsed, Fong Ping bled from his orifices. However, Fong Ping wiped away all the blood with a wave of his hand. Then he said in a low voice, "It's okay. Don't look at me. No one dares to challenge me now." Old man Li's eyes flashed. He said in a low voice, "Can it recover?" "Yes, but not this time. I can't use my mentality anymore. That combat strength. It's okay." Fong Ping suddenly held his head high and puffed out his chest. He looked around provocatively, looking at the few mentality-vitality powerhouses from afar. He slit his throat, extremely arrogant. Now, everyone understood what he meant. He used the reputation of defeating Rosace to scare these mentality-vitality powerhouses. Worry flashed in Minister Wang's eyes. The materialized object's core had collapsed. This was not a problem of whether or not it would affect his combat strength. If the core collapsed, it would be a big deal. If Fong Ping could not recover, even if his vitality force was still there, his combat strength would be greatly affected. Could it really be recovered? He had seen the fleeting scene earlier. Blood Sun was the core of Fong Ping's materialized object. When the core collapsed, it meant that the materialized object had collapsed as well. It was already incredible that Fong Ping could still speak and remain clear-headed. Beside him, Li Hansong looked confused. The core had collapsed? That was not right. Was the core of Fong Ping's mentality materialized object, not that small house? How did it become that bloody sun? He had cultivated with Fong Ping for many days. He knew that the bloody sun was just something Fong Ping made. He purposely kept it for explosive purposes. His real core was that house. Why did everyone think that the bloody sun was the core? Fong Ping himself seemed to be showing signs of his mentality collapsing. It was a tragic sight. Li Hansong wanted to say something, but stopped. Wang Jinyang touched him quietly. The bloody sun was mistaken by everyone as the core of Fong Ping's materialized object. That was because Fong Ping had been replenishing his mentality. The bloody sun was still extremely powerful. That was the core's performance. Now that the bloody sun had collapsed, those who were not familiar with Fong Ping naturally thought that the materialized object's core had collapsed. Among those present, other than the two of them and Old Man Li, no one else knew that the small house was where Fong Ping's core was. When Fong Ping materialized in Magic City, he materialized a city. After that, the house disappeared. Where exactly did Fong Ping condense the core? He did not reveal it himself. Outsiders could only analyze it through the signs of the battle. Li Hansong did not say anything. Yang, he looked at Fong Ping without batting an eyelid. The martial arts competition continued. Fong Ping looked proud. His provocative gaze swept toward Carmen from the Wanta world. Carmen's gaze was cold. Beside him, the Grandmaster from the Wanta world seemed to whisper something. Carmen grinned at Fong Ping. Suddenly, he pointed at an upper stage rank 6 martial artist from the military department and said, "You, come out!" The person who was pointed at did not say much. He stood up and walked out. Du Hong looked at him. His eyes showed a hint of helplessness. Li Yiming said loudly, "Dog, fight me if you have the guts. When I go on stage later, I promise I'll slaughter all of you." Carmen laughed coldly. "Do whatever you want." After saying that, Carmen did not say a word. His scepter instantly exploded with a dazzling light. As Fong Ping frowned, on the scepter, a spiderweb-like vitality force spread out. In the blink of an eye, it covered that upper stage rank 6 military martial artist. Upper stage rank 6 martial artists were not really weak. The Wanda world had some special combat techniques. He still knew about them. This military martial artist was just about to escape the coverage. This spider-web-like vitality force, however, quickly covered him. Carmen spat out many mouthfuls of blood. The blood was like a living thing. It squirmed and continued to cover the military martial artist. On Fong Ping's side, Su Haran said in a low voice, "This is the confinement technique of the Wano world. It uses a strong vitality force and uses a special method to convert and confine the opponent." Before he finished speaking, Carmen suddenly grinned. He looked at Fong Ping and the others. His scepter suddenly swept out. Bang! The military martial artist, who was still struggling, had almost no strength to resist. His head exploded. Damn it! Li Yiming was furious. His cold eyes swept towards Carmen. Carmen sneered. He turned around and returned to his original spot. With their strength, killing these upper stage rank 6 was too easy. Du Hong killed the martial artist from the Hall of Gods in 3 moves. It was even easier for him to kill these upper stage rank 6 because the other party could not break free from his restraints. Du Hong did not say a word. He walked to the front and carried back his comrade who had already lost his life. His eyes showed a hint of sorrow. Coming here, they were already prepared to die in battle. If they got the quota, then they had hope of entering the Grandmaster realm and becoming a true powerhouse. But the competition for the quota was something everyone wanted. They, the military martial artists, were the most dangerous group of people. Fong Ping closed his eyes and did not say another word. After the world of 10,000 pagodas, it was the ancient Buddha holy land. The long-haired monk, who called himself Buchuoi, did not choose Wang Jinyang and the others. Middle stage rank 6 was not worth wasting a chance for a powerhouse with mentality-vitality fusion. This person, once again, chose a martial artist from Sino Nation side. Another upper stage rank 6 martial artist. There were only 3 upper stage rank 6 military martial artists. Originally, there were 4 of them. Later, Yao Chengjun took down one. Perhaps it was also to save him. Buchuoi was also extremely powerful. The moment he entered the arena, he used mentality-vitality fusion and celestiality fusion. A pair of shining golden palms exploded with powerful celestiality. With 3 palms, he smashed the military martial artist's head into pieces. Fong Ping's gaze was slightly cold. He glanced at him. The other 5 parties seemed to be staring at Sino Nation, the only remaining upper stage rank 6 military martial artist. Fong Ping glanced at him. The other party was still calm. His eyes had already revealed the will to die. He should be going to battle soon. After he died in battle, it would be Wang Jinyang and the others' turn next. As for the peak rank SAXS who participated in the battle this time, they were all descendants of paragons. Totem City's mentality-vitality fusion powerhouse, a man covered in tattoos and dressed in animal skin, challenged the last upper stage rank 6 Sino Nation military martial artist as expected. This time, the Sino Nation martial artist began to fight with his life as soon as he entered the arena. After receiving a blow, the Sanjiao Gate appeared instantly, opened and self-destructed. A series of movements were extremely fast. As a result, the other party was also blasted by the force of the self-explosion. He let out a muffled groan, his face slightly pale. Jiang Chao, who was sitting beside Fong Ping, swallowed softly and said in a low voice, "In the past, I heard people say that the competition is very cruel. But in all these years in Constellation City, less than 3 people have died in the competition. I didn't expect it to be so cruel. Before the first round had ended, 3 people from Sino Nation had died. In the end, the one from the Andes did not challenge the Sino Nation martial artists anymore. Instead, he challenged a martial artist from Pantheon. Similarly, he killed that person within 3 moves. It's just a game," Fong Ping muttered in a low voice. A game that he did not know should exist. However, in order to fight for this opportunity, even if everyone knew, they still fought. After 1 round, 3 people from Sino Nation died, and 2 people from Pantheon died. On the surface, 5 powerhouses with mentality-vitality fusion had already made their moves. The second round had begun. It was Sino Nation again. This time, it was Li Yiming who was fighting. Li Yiming stood up quickly and looked at an upper stage, rank 6 woman from the 10,000 pagoda world. He narrowed his eyes and said, "You, come out!" The woman's expression changed. She gritted her teeth and said, "Li Yiming, I am. Come out!" Li Yiming's eyes turned cold and he roared. The expression of the woman with many small braids changed. She looked at Carmen and the rank 9 from the 10,000 pagoda world, pleading for help. Li Yiming wanted to kill her. She was the descendant of Juefeng, but so was Li Yiming. Moreover, his grandfather was still active in the open. Even if he killed her, her family's ancestor would not stand up for him. Carmen's expression was ugly, but he did not say anything. The rank 9 powerhouse from the 10,000 pagoda world said helplessly. The woman felt slightly relieved. After walking out of the camp, the woman wanted to say something. Li Yiming roared and slashed with his sword. The sword was like thunder, flashing past with a rumble. In the blink of an eye, the woman's head was sent flying. There was silence in the arena. The first descendant of a Juefeng was killed. Li Yiming laughed coldly. He looked at Carmen, then at the others, and said coldly, "The others don't dare, but I don't care. Continue to challenge our people. Let's compete in killing. Let's see who can kill more." Everyone had a strange look in their eyes, but no one said anything. It was their business for the descendants of Juefeng to kill each other. As for who died in the others' hands, it was their bad luck. The woman just now was obviously prepared to pretend that she could not hold on anymore if she could not win. In the end, she did not even manage to take a single move and died a wrongful death. The competition was still going on. Among the peak rank 6, a descendant of a Juefeng had already made his move. A peak powerhouse from the Hall of Gods did not challenge Wang Jinyang and the others. Instead, he challenged Su Zissou. Su Zissou went up the stage and took a blow. She flew back immediately and returned to her team without saying anything. The other party did not chase after her. Not everyone had Li Yiming's confidence. On the side of the 10,000 pagodas world, a peak powerhouse pointed at Wang Jinyang without saying anything. They had checked out Sino Nation's information. Yao Changjun seemed to be the weakest. Even a peak rank 6 was not confident that he could defeat him with his mentality materialization. Li Hansong's golden body was powerful, but he might not be able to defeat him. Wang Jinyang, on the other hand, only had bone marrow power. At this time, it did not seem too outstanding. Wang Jinyang got up slowly and walked to the center. Jiang Chao whispered, "Can he win?" "Let's see." Fang Ping did not say much. This battle was also beyond everyone's expectations. Wang Jinyang paid the price of a hole in his chest and killed his opponent within 30 moves. His pierced chest, on the other hand, was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this moment, even those grandmasters' eyes were shining. Sino Nation's resurrected martial artist. This kind of martial artist could not be treated as a normal middle stage, rank 6 anymore. The competition went on. Not everyone chose to challenge. Some gave up the chance to challenge. Saving the 3 chances for the last was not an individual's idea. Right now, they were not sure of each other's strength. Other than those who were extremely strong and confident in themselves, the others still had to wait and see. The 6 mentality-vitality fusion martial artists had already challenged. According to the rules, it would only be their turn after everyone else had finished challenging. 25 peak rank 6 martial artists. Most of them had chosen to give up the challenge. The others were almost done too. The peak rank 6 martial artists who had not challenged yet were mostly from Sino Nation. Instead, there were only 4 martial artists from Sino Nation who had not challenged yet. The Yang brothers had not uttered a word. The other 2 were Li Fei and Zheng Nanqi. It was not their turn before. The right to challenge would be held in Sino Nation. After these 4 peak rank 6 martial artists had finished their challenges, only the upper stage rank 6 martial artists would continue to rotate. Not far away, Li Daong looked toward Sino Nation's side. The Yang brothers did not utter a word. Zhang Nanqi was a little surprised to see this, but he still took a step forward and chose to challenge an upper stage powerhouse from the Hall of Gods. Zhang Nanqi's strength was not weak. However, he did not manage to kill his opponent. Killing an opponent in a second was not something someone like him, who had just entered peak, could do. When Zhang Nanqi was done, Li Fei glanced at the Yang brothers and frowned slightly. Yang Mu, Yang Feng, you guys. Yang Mu smiled. You go first. We're not in a hurry. Li Fei saw this and did not say anything else. It did not matter who came first. This time, Li Fei also challenged an upper stage rank 6 martial artist. Compared to Zhang Nanqi, Li Fei was much more ruthless. Although he did not kill his opponent, he had severely injured him and returned satisfied. At this moment, among the peak rank 6 martial artists present, only the Yang brothers had not challenged yet. Yang, he glanced at the pale Fang Ping and laughed suddenly. Fang Ping, I'm afraid your condition will be noticed sooner or later. Now, you still have the right to be challenged twice. For your safety, why don't you let Yang Mu and Yang Feng use their right to challenge once to help you get through the stage? What do you think? Beside him, Su Haran glanced at him. Minister Wang glanced at Fang Ping. Seeing his pale face, he frowned slightly and said in a low voice, Fang Ping, can you still hold on? Fang Ping smiled. It'll be fine. It's going to be the upper stage martial artist soon. According to the order, Sino Nation will still take priority. Don't waste the chance to challenge a peak martial artist. Jiang Chao, can you and Jiang Yan pretend to lose to me once? Otherwise, in my current condition, I'm afraid I can't use my right to challenge. If I lose, I won't be able to get a place. Jiang Chao nodded. No problem. Jiang Yan had no objections either. She nodded and said, I'll save it once. I can challenge someone else. It's fine. Both of them agreed readily. Yang, he sighed softly. It's too late. The hidden mentality-vitality fusion from Heaven of Gods has his eyes on you. He's pretending to be an upper stage rank 6 now. Sino Nation, even if they have priority, they can only challenge once. There's only one chance left. I'm afraid he's going to attack. As soon as he said this, everyone's expression changed slightly. It was not just the hidden mentality-vitality fusion. Even the rank 9 from Heaven of Gods was looking at Fang Ping suspiciously. Fang Ping's face was too pale. As for these hidden powerhouses, Du Hong had told everyone that it was necessary. Otherwise, it would be very dangerous if they challenged the wrong person rashly. Minister Wang's expression changed. Fang Ping was not in a good state now. He still had 2 chances to be challenged. Even if Sino Nation lost to Fang Ping once at the upper stage martial artists, there was still one more chance. The next one would be Heaven of Gods. The only way was to use up Fang Ping's 2 chances to be challenged on Sino Nation's side. However, the Yang family, Minister Wang was a little worried. Everyone had seen the dispute between them just now. Yang, he smiled. Everyone, you don't have to look at me like that. Fang Ping is Sino Nation's prodigy. The Yang family doesn't want to see him being taken advantage of. The sooner he uses up his right to be challenged, the better, to avoid any accidents. Minister Wang was still hesitating. Su Haran frowned slightly and said, Yang Fang Ping's injuries are not light. If Yang Mu and Yang Feng are really willing to help him this time, I think Fang Ping will be grateful, but Yang, he said seriously, the Yang family won't be a joke at this time. What do you think? When he said this, everyone somewhat believed him. There was no benefit in killing Fang Ping. Would MCMAU give the rank 9 divine weapon to the Yang family if they killed Fang Ping? They would be lucky if they did not seek revenge. Since there was no benefit, the Yang family would not harm Fang Ping at this time. If the Yang brothers really lost to Fang Ping, even if Yang Mu won, as long as Yang Feng lost to Fang Ping later, then Fang Ping would still qualify as the winner. If he did not challenge later and did not lose to others, it would not be a problem for him to get a place. However, this would put a lot of pressure on Yang Feng. He might be eliminated later. From their point of view, there was no benefit in the Yang family attacking Fang Ping at this time. There was also no need for it. Fang Ping's eyes flickered. It was a little strange. He thought he would talk about the divine weapon. Fang Ping had been watching the two Yang family members. He thought he would use this opportunity to threaten him to hand over the divine weapon. However, he did not. He did not even talk about this. That was not what he had expected. Could it be that the Yang family wanted to form a good relationship with him before asking for the divine weapon? If that was the case, then there was no need for him to disguise himself and attack Yang. It was just like what everyone else thought. Fang Ping also thought so. The Yang family's goal was the divine weapon. They did not have to kill him. There was no benefit in killing him at this time. What is he planning? Fang Ping was a little confused. However, now that things had come to this, he was also a little confused. After thinking for a while, he nodded and said, "Thank you for your kindness, Grandmaster Yang. However, the rank 9 divine weapon does have a place to go. Forget it. Let's talk about these things after the competition." Fang Ping was not sure what he was thinking. If the Yang brothers had no ill intentions, they did want to form a good relationship with him. Fang Ping could not give him the rank 9 divine weapon, but he still had a rank 8 divine weapon. If the Yang family did not continue to treat him as an enemy, Fang Ping did not have much of an opinion about using a rank 8 divine weapon to solve the Yang family's problem. He laughed and said, "We'll talk about this later. I'll let Yang Mu challenge you now." Okay. As soon as Fang Ping finished speaking, Yang Mu stood up and said, "I challenge Fang Ping." Many people were surprised when they heard this. Only when one of their own challenged one of their own would such a thing happen at the last moment, when the fight for the quota had reached a stalemate. Now, not only did this challenge waste Yang Mu's chance, but it also wasted Fang Ping's chance. With Fang Ping's strength, he might be able to defeat another mentality-vitality powerhouse. Not far away, Li Daong frowned slightly. However, seeing that Fang Ping had already stood up, he could only nod and say, "Go up!" Fang Ping and Yang Mu walked out at the same time. Seeing that Fang Ping had walked out, he chuckled and said, "Yang Mu, be careful. Don't hurt Fang Ping." Yang Mu immediately said, "I know. However, General Fang, don't be too careless. In the end, if there are more people, it might increase the chances of a challenge. That would be troublesome. That's why we have to display a certain level of strength." Chapter 549. The best arrangement would be for Yang Mu to win and Yang Feng to lose to Fang Ping. This way, Fang Ping could enter the competition as the winner. As for Yang Mu, as long as no one challenged him, he could enter the competition as the winner. However, he did not seem to have the intention of letting Fang Ping lose to Yang Mu. Perhaps it was because time was of the essence, or he did not have time to say it. Central area. Yang Mu looked at Fang Ping and said seriously, "General Fang, I've been wanting to spar with you for a long time. Next, don't hold back." Fang Ping nodded, holding the chaos-vanquishing saber in his hand. At this moment, Yang Mu roared. Yang Mu, who also used a saber, slashed at Fang Ping, his vitality erupting to the extreme. Fang Ping's expression changed slightly. He also slashed with his saber. His body moved, and as he slashed, he instantly appeared above Yang Mu's head. After all, Yang Mu was a peak rank 6 powerhouse. His strength was not weak, and his figure was like lightning. Both of their figures crossed each other in the air. This time, Fang Ping did not use his mentality. After exchanging dozens of moves in a row, the two of them were evenly matched. Yang Mu did not intend to end the battle quickly. He kept fighting with Fang Ping, and the battle dragged on. Fang Ping seemed to understand something. He did not quite understand. Yang Mu was draining his vitality. He could already feel that Yang Mu did not intend to fight with his life on the line, nor did he intend to kill him. However, he did not intend to lose to him quickly either. He was just dragging it out. He was dragging it out. He's draining my vitality. Is he waiting for me to run out of vitality? My injuries seemed to be very serious earlier, and my recovery speed is getting slower and slower. Could it be? Thinking of this, Fang Ping increased the speed of his vitality consumption. He wanted to confirm it. For the last time, although he had already made up his mind, His sudden promise to help him overcome a difficult situation had shaken Fang Ping. Now, Fang Ping was sure that it did not seem like kindness. After all, the Yang family has protected mankind for countless years. If he really wants to form a good relationship with me, then forget about it. But if he isn't, thinking of this, Fang Ping moved quickly, looking for an opportunity to recover his vitality. The speed was very slow, as if his mentality was injured and could not recover quickly. Yang Mu did not seem to mind, nor did he stop. The two of them continued to fight. The peak rank 6 Yang Mu fought Fang Ping in the form of sparring. His attacks were not vicious. In the crowd, Minister Wang and the others watched for a while without saying anything. Although they felt that it would be best for the battle to end, Yang Mu seemed to be eager to learn from his prey, and they had nothing to say if he wanted to spar with him for a little longer. Su Haoran glanced at Yang He again. He frowned slightly but didn't say anything. This time the battle lasted for a long time. Even if Yang Mu was exhausted, he still had no intention of stopping. After all, Fang Ping's vitality force was only at middle stage rank 6, although it was much stronger than middle stage rank 6. However, Yang Mu didn't go all out. He didn't bat an eyelid and continued to spar. The two of them were truly exchanging pointers, but it dragged on for too long. It was so long that some of the martial artists from the various countries were impatiently scolding. Is there any meaning to it? That's not how you play around, even if you want to get a recommendation. If there are more people, they will still have to fight. Someone cursed out loud. In the eyes of the crowd, Fang Ping and Yang Mu's duel was to ensure that Fang Ping would be selected. Others could do the same. But in the end, when there were more people who qualified, even if they ran out of opportunities, they might be challenged or even killed. If that was the case, it was better to take the initiative and kill the opponent first. The two of them fought for more than half an hour. Fang Ping recovered his vitality a few times, and so did Yang Mu. He even consumed some life essence. The others did not feel it, but Fang Ping and the Grandmasters did. Minister Wang couldn't help but say, "Patriarch Yang, it's about time." Even if it was really a spar, it was too much to consume life essence to recover at this point. Yang He frowned. This kid has always been a martial arts fanatic. Now that he's excited, he doesn't know his limits. At this moment, Fang Ping's face was as white as a sheet. Fortunately, at this moment, Yang Mu also couldn't take it anymore. He stopped immediately and panted. General Fang is really powerful. Yang Mu admits defeat. Although the rules did not allow them to admit defeat, the two of them were familiar with each other and accepted each other, so there was no problem. Fang Ping frowned again. He glanced at Yang Feng, not far away from him. Yang Mu had delayed him for a long time. Now he looked like he was enjoying the spar and had completely forgotten his goal. He could not say anything. However, Fang Ping made a judgment in his heart. He murmured in his heart, 3, 2, 1. He had just finished counting when in the next moment, Yang Feng jumped out with a face full of joy and said, "General Feng, I've always wanted to spar with you. Why don't we take this opportunity to have a spar as well?" At this moment, Fang Ping's vitality had not fully recovered. At this moment, Fang Ping's pupils shrank. *CK, he had guessed it right. He found it strange. The Yang family's attitude changed too quickly. It was true. As if following Fang Ping's train of thought, Yang Feng said, However, my strength is similar to Yang Mu's. I'm afraid I'm not General Feng's opponent. I'll give it my all next. I hope General Feng won't be stingy with your guidance." In the eyes of outsiders, the two Yang brothers had each used up a chance to guarantee Feng Ping's entry. That was a favor. After all, although Feng Ping was strong, he still had to prevent other powerhouses from challenging him again. Yang Feng's strength was not as good as Feng Ping's. Excited by the prospect, he gave it his all. No problem. He was not Feng Ping's opponent. However, once he used too much. He did not expect Feng Ping to be so weak. If he killed Feng Ping, accidents were everywhere. Feng Ping had just defeated Yang Mu. As for the so-called heavy injury, it was only mental trauma. His vitality was still there, was it not? If he killed Feng Ping by accident, would Li Chongqing break the rules and attack Yang Feng? If he died, then he was really dead. Why do they want to kill me? Feng Ping did not understand. He was not an idiot. How could he not guess their purpose? Those grandmasters and foreign grandmasters did not know the inside story. Even if these domestic grandmasters had some doubts now, at present, the Yang family was indeed helping Feng Ping. No one could say anything wrong. There's no benefit in killing me, right? What can they get by killing me? Other than MCMAU's hostility, there's no benefit. Feng Ping thought. Could it be that after killing him, they wanted to take away his chaos-vanquishing saber or the rank 9 inner armor? In a competition, killing an opponent could take away the spoils of war. Of course, the people present had high standards. The chaos-vanquishing saber was only an A-class alloy. Not many people cared about this thing. As for the rank 9 inner armor, this was not bad. However, killing him and offending MCMAU, just for a rank 9 inner armor, could it not be justified? Feng Ping was still thinking. Yang Feng's face was full of eagerness. He could not suppress his excitement and said with a smile, "General Feng, can we start?" Feng Ping frowned again. He still did not understand. Why was the Yang family so eager to kill him? Even if they hated him, they did not need to kill him now, right? Or did he guess wrongly? Was it because they cherished their lives so much that everyone looked like a bastard who wanted to kill him? Fine, we'll know when we see it. This guy wants to kill me in one blow without giving me a chance to react. Then I'll have to see his trump card. Thinking of this, Feng Ping nodded and said, "We can start." "General Feng, then let's finish this quickly. Don't waste too much time." Yang Feng's face was polite, and his words were pleasant. However, in the next moment, Feng Ping's expression changed. What a familiar opening move. At this moment, Yang Feng, who was opposite, sprayed a lot of blood in the air. In the blink of an eye, a kill word materialized in the void. It was not the suppress word but the kill word. "Yang He." Su Haoren muttered in a low voice. Yang, he did not bat an eyelid. He smiled and said, "This kid is really reckless. But Feng Ping's strength is extremely strong. Although he's injured, it won't be a problem for him to take on this move." Su Haoren glanced at the somewhat dazed Minister Wang, then at Li Chongsheng, who had been silent all this while. He sighed in his heart and did not speak again. After all, the Yang family was a family in Startown, not far away. Li Daong's expression changed. Kill word. The original combat technique created by a paragon. If one did not reach a high rank, using this kind of combat technique during a battle was suicidal, unless, just as Li Daong thought of this, Yang Feng suddenly sprayed a mouthful of golden blood. It was completely golden. Bastard! Li Daong was furious. He raised his hand to stop him. At this moment, a rank 9 from abroad who was standing next to him glanced at him. Although he did not speak, his meaning was clear. Both sides had just started fighting, and Feng Ping did not show any signs of being unable to fight anymore. If he interfered, that would be breaking the rules. Li Daong was furious. He looked at Yang He, who seemed to be completely unaware of what was going on. What was the Yang family trying to do? Yang He did not look at him. Yang He only wanted to say that since the paragon had set the rules, then they should follow the rules. Kill Fong Ping. Fong Ping would be the Yang family's spoils of war. Even if he wanted Fong Ping's corpse, even if he would be criticized by others, even if MCMAU would fly into a rage, even if the government would be dissatisfied. But if he died, the spoils of war would be theirs. This was the rule. Yang, his eyes revealed a hint of ruthlessness. This time, he would definitely offend some people. However, logic was on his side, and the rules supported his actions. This was also the only chance for him to kill Fong Ping and take away his corpse in a fair and square manner. There was no reason for a rank 9 to interfere. If Li Chongqing dared to interfere, that would be breaking the rules, breaking the global paragon's rules. No matter how angry Li Daong was, he had to stop Li Chongqing from interfering. So what if MCMAU was dissatisfied? If he got his hands on the elder ancestors' relics, there was hope for him to step into the paragon. As long as he returned to Star Town, even if the other families were dissatisfied, what could they do? Could they just watch the MCMAU people rush into Star Town and behave atrociously? Dead geniuses were worthless. At most, only a few people from MCMAU would be angry. When he became a paragon, everyone would forget about Fong Ping. A mere rank 6, a rank 6 with no future. Who would go against a paragon for him? The storage ring should be in Fong Ping's hands. Putting himself in Fong Ping's shoes, who would be stupid enough to give such an important thing to others? Martial artists were incomparably powerful. If Jiang Chao could swallow the mentality prohibition jewelry, Fong Ping could naturally do it too. After Yang Feng killed Fong Ping, he would take Fong Ping's corpse even if he had to shed all pretense of cordiality. Of course, if Yang Feng could find the storage ring, then the corpse would not be needed. Leaving it to MCMAU would be an accident. However, he speculated that Yang Feng would probably not be able to find it. He had already scanned Fong Ping for a long time. The storage ring was not on him, so the biggest possibility was that it was still hidden in his body. Fong Ping, Wang Jinyang, Li Hansong, Yang, he repeated the names of these 3 people in his heart. If Fong Ping did not have it, then the probability of these 2 having it was not small. If they shed all pretense of cordiality, Yang Mu and Wang Jinyang would challenge them in the next round. Although these 2 were also very strong, there would always be opportunities. How could the children of the big families in Star Town not have any tricks up their sleeves? Just when he was thinking about collecting the corpse, just when Li Daong was extremely annoyed, the kill character in front of Yang Feng was becoming more and more dazzling. Yang Feng, on the other hand, looked vigilant and confused. Why was Fong Ping not moving? He thought that Fong Ping would interrupt him, but he was prepared. Even if Fong Ping interrupted him, it would be useless. However, the calmer Fong Ping was, the more worried he was. Fong Ping glanced at him and did not interrupt him. He only asked curiously, "Why? Really, I can't figure it out." Yang Feng's heart trembled. As he continued to carve the kill character, he smiled and said, "What do you mean, General Fong?" The longer he dragged it out, the more complete his carving would be, and the more powerful it would be. Since Fong Ping wanted to drag it out, he did not mind dragging it out for a while. Fong Ping smiled. "You know what I mean. Why do you want to kill me?" "Ha ha ha. General Fong must be joking. It's just a competition. General Fong is so strong. How could you?" "Forget it. I know what you mean." Fong Ping glanced at Yang, he in the distance, and sighed softly. At that moment, I was really shaken. "But you are bent on killing me, then I won't go easy on you." And at this moment, the kill character that Yang Feng condensed was completely formed. General Fong. Yang Feng's eyes revealed a hint of joy. The kill character broke through the air instantly, and Fong Ping, whose vitality was previously exhausted, instantly recovered to its peak. Even so, Fong Ping's expression was still solemn. The kill character exploded with an incomparably strong, murderous aura, charging straight at him. At this moment, in Fong Ping's eyes, it was no longer a character, but a person, an incomparably strong powerhouse, charging at him with an incomparably strong murderous intent. Fong Ping's eyes flickered, and the chaos-vanquishing saber slashed out instantly. Boom! The saber slashed out, and the saber glow collapsed instantly. In the distance, Li Changxing's aura locked onto Yang Feng. Even further away, Li Daong frowned, staring at Li Changxing. You want to kill him? Old man Li's voice was incomparably cold. He immediately frowned and said, Yang Feng thinks too highly of Fong Ping. The Yang family has good intentions. Dean Li, don't misunderstand. You're courting death. Old man Li's expression was cold. In the central area, Fong Ping consecutively slashed more than 10 times. But every time the saber glow neared, it was instantly shattered. The power of this kill character was beyond imagination. Based on this trend, even if Fong Ping's vitality recovered to its peak, he could still be killed. He said without batting an eyelid, Fong Ping should be fine if he takes this move. As he spoke, the kill character had already caught up to Fong Ping. Fong Ping slashed again. Creak! An ear-piercing sound of metal scraping against metal rang out. In an instant, a small nick appeared on Fong Ping's chaos-vanquishing saber. This time, many people's expressions changed slightly. The Grandmasters, on the other hand, were not too surprised. The moment Yang Feng attacked just now, they knew that this kid had the intention to kill. And Fong Ping was too stupid, giving the other party time. That mouthful of golden blood was one of the Peerless Peak's descendants' life-saving methods. A true life-saving ultimate move. If Fong Ping did not give Yang Feng time and interrupted it early, it would not have produced such a powerful force. You really want to kill me? At this moment, as Fong Ping fled at high speed, he still had time to say something. Seeing that his vitality had recovered to its peak, Yang Feng's eyes flickered, and he said in a clear voice, How could it be? Do you really think everyone is blind? Your Yang family is good. I thought that you helped me because I returned the divine weapon and the remains. I didn't expect you to bite the hand that fed you, and actually want to kill me, your benefactor. As Fong Ping spoke, the kill character approached, shredding his clothes, twisting his rank 9 leather armor to the point that it began to tremble, twisting Fong Ping's arms and legs to a bloody mess. I've always been tolerant, thinking that you would be immersed in grief and realize your mistakes sooner or later. I didn't expect you guys to go even further and actually plot against me. Chapter 550. If that's the case, then don't blame me for ignoring the bigger picture. I, Fong Ping, was willing to look at the big picture and pretend to be injured in order to secretly kill that hidden mentality-vitality fusion expert from the Hall of Gods. I didn't expect you to force me to reveal my true strength. How detestable! As soon as he finished speaking, Fong Ping let out a roar. A complete city suddenly appeared in front of him. Once the small city appeared, the blood sun instantly descended, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a huge blood saber. The bloody blade wasn't aimed at the kill word, but shot out violently towards Yang Feng in an instant. Yang Feng's face changed when he saw this, and he hurriedly retreated. At this moment, Fong Ping roared again. Dozens of crimson sabers appeared in the void. These blood blades gathered together and pierced through the void, appearing in front of Yang Feng in the blink of an eye. Yang Feng's complexion changed dramatically. In the next moment, Yang Feng wanted to leave the area and even wanted to pretend to be seriously injured and unable to fight again. However, Fong Ping did not give him the time to do so. Dozens of crimson sabers pierced through his skull almost as soon as they landed. There was no wound on Yang Feng's head, but his eyes dimmed for a moment, and then his aura of life disappeared without a trace. Fong Ping let out a cold humph. The golden kill character in front of him began to dissipate. Not far away, He was instantly enraged. He roared, Fong Ping, my Yang family was sincere to you. Yet you actually killed Yang Feng. Fang Ping did not look at him. Instead, he glanced at the equally enraged Yang Mu. A ferocious smile appeared in his eyes. Yang Mu's body stiffened, and he couldn't help but take a step back. His eyes were also extremely cold. At this moment, Fang Ping suddenly shouted, "Logically speaking, it's time to challenge upper stage rank 6. Now I want to challenge you. Everyone give up. Otherwise, I will challenge you. Does anyone have any objections?" The entire place was silent. The scene just now was beyond everyone's expectations. Yang Feng's sudden killing move and Fang Ping's instantaneous counterattack were both extremely surprising. The foreign martial artists all fell silent, their eyes even revealing a playful look. Internal strife? Interesting. Someone from Hall of God's side immediately shouted, "All high-level players forfeit their challenge." Seconded. Needless to say, all the families gave up. Li Diong's expression changed again and again. He said, "Fang Ping, Commander, someone wants to kill me." Of course, once you're in the arena, you can't blame anyone if you get killed. Now that all the upper stage, rank SAXS in Sino Nation have given up on challenging, does anyone want to make a move? In the crowd, Jiang Chao and the others looked at each other and shook their heads. They wouldn't get involved. Su Haoran frowned. "Fang Ping, High Grandmaster Su, is there anything that I, Fang Ping, can't do to offend Star City? Sai, is it true that I saved 2 level 8 experts? The Yang family bullied me like this. If you want to kill me, then just kill me. A martial artist must take revenge and repay kindness. According to the rules, I challenge Yang Mu. Did I violate any rules?" Fang Ping's voice was as loud as a bell. His gaze landed on Yang Mu, and he shouted, "Yang Mu, go up!" Yang Mu's face was filled with fear. Previously, when Fang Ping's mentality had collapsed, he had mainly been draining Fang Ping's vitality. It was only because his life was not in danger that he dared to enter the arena. But now, Fang Ping's murderous aura was awe-inspiring. It was obvious that he wanted to kill him. How would he dare to go forward and die? When Fang Ping tried to kill him, he did not have time to pretend to be heavily injured and powerless. Unless he hurt himself now. But everyone was looking at him. If he hurt himself to the point where he could no longer fight, he could forget about raising his head for the rest of his life. Yang Mu suddenly thought of something and looked at Yang He hurriedly. Yang He's expression was dark. He said coldly, "Fang Ping, I've said it before. Everything before was an accident. You've already killed Yang Feng. Everything ends here." The Yang family only sent these 2 people to participate in the competition. Yang Feng's death was also beyond his expectations. If Yang Mu was killed as well, then the Yang family would be completely done for in this competition. Without a newly born grandmaster, and without being able to kill Fang Ping, they would suffer heavy losses today. "Yang Mu, come out. Otherwise, hurt yourself and I'll spare your worthless life." Second Grandpa, "Fang Ping." Yang He's expression was extremely ugly. He repeated, "I've said it before. It was an accident. If I kill Yang Mu, it's also an accident." Fang Ping retorted. Beside him, Su Haoran spoke again. "Fang Ping, Star City doesn't want to get involved in this, but the Yang family is from Star City after all, so only the people from Star City can kill me?" Fang Ping's eyes were cold. He looked at Li Daong, who was not far away, and said, "Commander Li, Sino Nation, is this how they treat me?" Li Daong's expression changed again and again. He suddenly shouted, "Yang Mu, go up!" Fang Ping's expression softened slightly. "Yang," he said angrily, "Li Daong, the Yang family has protected mankind for hundreds of years. Today a little kid humiliates us like this. How dare you? Everything has its own rules." Li Daong was also extremely annoyed. He said coldly, "These are the rules set by the world's top powerhouses. Then we must follow the rules." The Yang family and Fang Ping's actions had completely messed up Sino Nation's arrangements. Li Daong was also so angry that he was about to explode. Sino Nation had actually caused such a commotion in front of the other 5 major forces. How would others view Sino Nation now? Yang, he said coldly, no matter how strict the rules are, as long as Fong Ping gives up the challenge, he will naturally not violate them. The Yang family has contributed for hundreds of years. Can't we even protect a rank 6? Everyone looked at Fong Ping. Fong Ping insisted, go up. Fong Ping. Yang He's tone was icy cold. He said angrily, don't force me. At this moment, Yang He's anger had reached its peak. If you force me, I will kill you. Would Sino Nation let a rank 8 like me pay for a rank SXS life? At most, I will snatch Fong Ping's corpse and return to Star Town. At this moment, Yang He was hysterical and crazy. The more he said that, the more Fong Ping felt that he needed to force him. He insisted, go up. Fong Ping. Yang He's emotions were fluctuating wildly. Beside him, Su Haoran saw this and was slightly worried. He quickly looked at Fong Ping and said, Fong Ping, as a Sino Nation martial artist, the youth competition is still going on. As the leader of Sino Nation's youth martial artists, are you really going to let outsiders see you as a joke? Fong Ping thought for a while and nodded. What Grandmaster Su said makes sense. I, Fong Ping, am not that kind of person. If that's the case, then Grandmaster Yang, please swear that if anyone from the Yang family dares to attack me again, the entire Yang family will be destroyed. Be *starred. Yang He was instantly furious. He roared, little kid, how dare you bully me? Fong Ping said with a cold expression. Grandmaster Su saw it. Grandmaster Yang is determined to kill me. If Grandmaster Su can guarantee that the Yang family will not make things difficult for me in the future, I, Fong Ping, will not let outsiders see me as a joke. However, a rank 8 martial artist is so hostile toward me. Grandmaster Su, am I supposed to sit and wait for death? Yang He was just angry in the moment. Fong Ping said in a muffled voice, Grandmaster Su, please give me a guarantee that the Yang family will not attack me, or the government can give me a guarantee that I, Fong Ping, will not pursue this matter today. I don't have the guts to pursue this matter. After saying this, Li Daong looked at Yang He and said coldly, Yang He, what are you trying to do? Today we are all here. Justice is in the hearts of the people. The reason why Sino Nation's martial arts can last for so long is because everyone is united. Today, say whatever you want to say. Otherwise, if you incite Yang Fong to attack Fong Ping for no reason, don't blame me for suppressing you. Li Daong. Yang He was instantly furious. He said in a sorrowful tone, you want me to give an explanation to a little kid? You want me to give him a promise? The Yang family has guarded the passageway for Sino Nation for hundreds of years. Now that elder ancestor has fallen and big brother has died in battle, Senior Yang's death will be judged by the public, Li Daong said in a low voice. Some things can't be blamed on anyone. Yang Daohong went to the bounded zones to search for the remains. The government also supported him greatly and did not blame him. We also hope that Yang Daohong can retrieve the remains of the senior. No one wants Yang Daohong to die in battle. However, since it has happened, we have to accept reality. Blindly blaming others is not the way of a martial artist. Yang, he said coldly, so I have to give this junior an explanation today? Li Daong took a deep breath. After a while, he said, fine. Go back to Star City. You are not allowed to leave Star City in the future. Today's matter ends here. You want to imprison me? Yang He's eyes were cold and fierce. Just because the Yang family is in dire straits, you want to imprison me? Li Daong, you don't have the right. Li Daong's eyes suddenly turned sharp. He said, I represent the military department and the Sino Nation government. Yang, are you really going to disobey? Yang He looked at him, then at Su Haoran, and finally at Fong Ping. He suddenly laughed. I only have one question. That day, was it really Qin Fengqing who went into the bounded zones alone? Fong Ping's heart stirred. He knew that Li Hansong had gone into? Fong Ping was about to speak when Yang He, who had been staring at him, suddenly laughed. I know. He was sure. Just now he had been paying attention to Fong Ping, paying attention to his every move and all his emotional fluctuations. In that instant he knew. Sure enough, Qin Fengqing did not go in alone. Everything was as he had guessed. Before this it was just a guess. Now it was the truth. Now, because of such a small matter, the military department actually wanted him to not take a step out of Star City. Yang He looked around again and chuckled. As expected, without the elder ancestor, all of you have changed. No one is speaking up for the Yang family. After guarding for hundreds of years, the tea cools down when the person is gone. How sad is this? Today it's the Yang family. Who will it be the next day? The Su family? The Zheng family? Or the Li family? Ha ha ha! Yang He threw his head back and laughed, full of grief and indignation. Without the venerable ancestor holding the fort, he could not even afford to provoke a rank 6. If the elder ancestor was still alive, would these people dare to treat him like this? Absolute peak. At this moment, this was the only thought in Yang He's mind. He wanted to become the absolute peak. If he did not become the absolute peak, the Yang family would be completely gone. And the hope of becoming the absolute peak was only Fong Ping. If I leave today, the military department won't allow me to leave the city. How can I seize the elder ancestor's relics? Since I'm destined to be confined, why don't I kill him, take his body, and escape back to Star City? Will they really make me pay with my life? In the end, it'll still be confined and the same outcome. At this moment, thoughts emerged in Yang He's mind. However, Li Daong was here now. How could he kill Fong Ping? It was as if the heavens were helping him. At this moment, Fong Ping suddenly took a few steps and left Li Daong. As Fong Ping walked, his heart was beating wildly. He felt danger. It was too intense. It was so intense that he felt like he would die in the next second. From the corner of his eyes, he looked at old man Li, who had been silent all this while. Fong Ping wailed in his heart. Can this old man do it? If I die, even if you kill him, it'll be over. I don't dare to gamble anymore. Fong Ping really did not dare to gamble anymore. He was afraid that old man Li would not be able to save him in time. Yang He seemed to have gone crazy. This old man's vision was too terrifying. He might really attack him. Should I go back to Commander Li's side? Rank 9 is safe enough. There's no need to gamble now. This guy can't kill me today. Since the military department has spoken, Star City will definitely not let him out. Fong Ping felt that the military department had some restraints on these martial artists. They should be able to keep their word. At the thought of this, Fong Ping hurriedly walked toward Li Daong's side. His own safety was still the most important. Old man Li often bragged. He dared not believe him completely. At this moment, a ruthless glint flashed in Yang He's eyes. Whether he killed him or not, the result would be the same. If that was the case, then he would kill this annoying brat. At most, he would return to Star City and go into closed-door cultivation. After making up his mind, Yang He did not hesitate anymore. Suddenly, he threw a punch at Fong Ping. Damn it! Li Daong reacted instantly. He was furious to the extreme. Crazy! Yang He actually dared to kill someone in front of him. This was practically provoking the government, provoking the military department. With a curse, Li Daong hurriedly attacked. However, someone else attacked faster than him. At this moment, in the midst of everyone's shock, Li Changxing, who had been silent all this while, suddenly exploded. At this moment, an earth-shattering sword glow penetrated the seal set up by the rank 9. The sword aura pierced through the sky directly. The sky-piercing sword glow sent chills down everyone's spine in Capital City. Su Haoran roared, no. But it was too late. From the beginning until now, old man Li had not uttered a word. He had been holding it in, holding it in. At this moment, he finally unleashed his power. Boom! With a loud bang, the surrounding seal barrier shattered instantly. Some of the rank 9 powerhouses present turned pale one after another. Li Diong's movements were also sluggish. At this moment, the invisible sword in Old Man Li's hand had already slashed down. In the void, an imperceptible black crack appeared instantly. This. Shatter, a rank 9 lost his voice in shock. How was this possible? MCMAU Li Changxing could not possibly be this powerful. Moreover, for the sake of a rank 6, he unleashed an unimaginable power with one slash. Did he not want to live anymore? Everyone was stunned. Even Li Daong, who was close at hand, did not manage to block it in time because the barrier shattered instantly. His movements were sluggish. The void trembled. In the next moment, Yang He, who had just thrown a punch, revealed a dazed look in his eyes. He was dazed for a moment without any reaction. Then, like a porcelain doll, Yang He shattered into countless pieces in an instant. Golden body obliterated. Old Man Li's face turned pale. He aged instantly, his spirit heavy. The invisible sword in his hand disappeared. In a low voice he said, "Mother asterisk her. I've held it in for a whole day." Everyone was silent. Even though the battle stage had fallen, no one paid any attention to it right now. Su Haoran's face was full of shock. His heart was palpitating. Similarly, his face was full of confusion. Chapter 551. Swordsman Longevity Breaks Longevity. Li Changxing killed the rank 8 powerhouse Yang He with one slash. Someone in the crowd murmured this sentence softly. In the past, Swordsman Longevity broke his own path to longevity. The trip to Nanjiang broke a rank 8's path to longevity. After the unification of 10,000 paths, he broke his own path to longevity again. Some people understood Li Changxing, some did not, but Swordsman Longevity still had some prestige. Today, in front of many rank 9s, Li Changxing slashed a rank 8 with one slash, shocking the world. Void-piercing swordsmanship. Someone muttered again, recognizing the sword technique used by Li Changxing. It was the ultimate technique of the ultimate powerhouse, Netherworld King Li Zhen. Rank 9 longevity sword, the ultimate technique of the ultimate technique, combined with the accumulated power of 10,000 paths as one powerhouse. The sword shattered the void. That slash just now was shocking. Even a rank 9 powerhouse might not be killed by one slash, but facing that slash, they would definitely be severely injured. After the shock, the foreign grandmasters revealed expressions of anticipation. This time there was a show to watch. The domestic grandmasters, on the other hand, were shocked by Li Changxing's strength and his boldness. He actually killed Yang He. A rank 8 powerhouse was the backbone of the martial arts world. Even if Yang He attacked Fang Ping, even if Yang He made a mistake, the government did not ignore it. The military department had already ordered Yang He not to leave Star Town. Under such circumstances, Li Changxing's slash just now could stop Yang He, but not necessarily kill him. Now, Li Changxing directly killed him. If he did not die, even if the other party was severely injured, the government and the military department would speak up for Li Changxing. The Yang family made a mistake first. However, he was dead. No matter what, they must give Star Town and the Yang family an explanation. Just as Li Diong's expression changed again and again in the crowd, the stunned Yang Mu suddenly came to his senses. The next moment, Yang Mu knelt on the ground with a thud. He was not begging for mercy. Elder ancestor, Grandpa, the Yang family is annihilated. Yang Mu's tears streamed down his cheeks, crying out in sorrow, even if second grandpa is wrong, his sin does not warrant death. Elder ancestor protected mankind for hundreds of years. The Yang family fought for mankind, for Sino Nation for hundreds of years, and suffered countless casualties. 3 generations and above all died in the catacombs. Does my Yang family deserve to be exterminated? Second grandpa has spent his whole life fighting in the restricted area. He doesn't understand the ways of the world. Even if he's guilty, it's not MCMAU's turn to kill him. Bang, bang, bang. Yangmu suddenly kowtowed toward the center of capital city. The rank, 6 powerhouse kowtowed until his head was bleeding. Tears of blood dripped from his eyes as he cried, Pluto King, Martial King, Yangmu refuses to accept this. The Yang clan will not accept this. In this world is there no one who will speak up for my Yang family. Yangmu kowtowed until his head was bleeding. His sorrowful voice spread throughout the Martial Arts Association. Li Diong's expression changed again. A touch of sadness appeared on Su Haoran's face. The fox grieves when the rabbit dies. Even if the Yang family was in the wrong first, even if he insisted on killing Fang Ping. Fang Ping was fine now. Instead, a rank 8 and a peak rank 6 from the Yang family had died here. He was from Star Town and was also the person in charge of Star Town. But now, he had been killed right in front of him. The Yang family disciples no longer begged him to make a decision. Instead, they knelt and begged the 2 peak experts to make a decision. Su Haoran felt a little upset in his heart. The people from Suppressing Star City and the other participants were also upset. Someone could not help but whisper, even if Grandpa Yang, he shouldn't have been killed just like that. Sympathizing with the weak was everyone's mentality. The Yang family's experience was too miserable. Peak experts, rank 9, rank 8, rank 7 fell one after another. Yang Qing was the only rank 7 powerhouse left in such a huge family. There were 13 families in Star Town. The Yang family had truly declined this time. Fang Ping was an outsider. After all, they had been with the Yang family for many years. Even Jiang Chao felt extremely conflicted at this time. If he had really killed Fang Ping, the people from Star Town would probably despise the Yang family. They bullied the weak and did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. They even dared to provoke so many enemies at this time. But Fang Ping did not die. The one who died was He. In the arena, it was extremely quiet. No one spoke. Only Yangmu's cries of blood and the sound of kowtowing could be heard continuously. He was begging the 2 peak experts to seek justice for him. He knew that the peak experts were also paying attention. At least one peak expert would be watching over Capital City at any time. With such a huge incident happening, the peak experts would definitely know. Just as everyone was in a dilemma, just as Li Diong did not know how to handle it, the incomparably old Li Changsheng, who had just slashed with his sword, suddenly smiled faintly and said, Killing he was just an accident. I didn't expect him to not even be able to withstand a single slash. Yangmu suddenly stared at him with blood-red eyes. The others also frowned slightly. Making sarcastic remarks at this time would only increase the hostility of the people from Star Town. Li Changsheng was a little unwise. Old man Li glanced at Su Haoran, then at Li Diong. He smiled again and said, The lives of MCMAU people may not be as good as those in Star Town, but they are still valuable. Today I killed He with my sword. Whether it was right or wrong, I will pay with my life. As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. Su Haoran frowned slightly and said, Li Changsheng, what's the point of crying and bragging about your own achievements? Although MCMAU's strength is weak, we have also fought on the battlefield and dyed the foreign lands red. We have fought in the catacombs for the safety of our country and the peace of the world. He wants to kill Fang Ping. What right does he have? Li Changsheng's voice was like a great bell. At this moment, he was like an ancient demon god, his sword chi soaring to the sky. Who has the right to kill Fang Ping? In this world, there are only catacombs martial artists and evil sect martial artists. If he does not betray humanity, no one has the right to kill him. Although MCMAU's strength is weak, we dare to draw our swords and fight. Today, I, Li Changsheng, killed He with my sword. I am at fault, but not guilty. I will pay with my life. Boom! The sword chi soared into the sky, and a beam of sword chi shot out. In the next moment, old man, Li instantly aged to the extreme. He sat on the ground with his legs crossed, and there was no sign of life. Everyone was stunned. Su Howren hurried forward to check. His face was full of shock and confusion, even a little dazed. Silence. Silence. His life was extinguished. Li Chongqing was dead. He was dead. Li Diong's expression was also extremely ugly. The anger in his heart was about to explode. Dead. Li Chongqing had extinguished himself? How was that possible? How was that possible? In one day, Sino Nation lost 2 top-notch powerhouses. They did not die in the catacombs, not on the battlefield, but on the ground, in the hands of their own people. Bastard. Li Diong was furious. Killing intent erupted from his body. Some of the weaker people around him retreated one after another, sweating profusely and terrified. Beside him, Fong Ping was indifferent. His face was full of sorrow. After a long time, Fong Ping stepped forward, walked to Li Chongqing, and suddenly knelt down, his eyes blood-red, saying, "You treated me like a son. In order to save me today, you only killed an enemy. How could you do this? The Yang family thinks of themselves as meritorious, killing whoever they want. Do we not have any merit? We have also fought in the catacombs. Generation after generation of MCMAU instructors who did not fight for the country. In the past, you fought incessantly. You were attacked by a rank 9 and had a mental breakdown. In the Nanjiang Catacombs battle, you killed a rank 8 with a sword as a rank 6, turning the tide for humanity, for Sino Nation. You gave up the path to the top, the path to longevity, and embarked on the path of unification of all paths. You only killed an enemy. So what? Although I, Fong Ping, am not talented, what right did Yang he have to kill me? What right did the Yang family have to plot against me? After saying that, Fong Ping turned around abruptly, looking at Yang Mu, saying with a murderous aura, "Yang Mu, today, my instructor did not die in the catacombs. He died because of the Yang family. His death was not worth it. Since you want revenge, come. You and I will fight, only life and death." Yang Mu's scalp went numb under his stare. The sorrow from earlier had long disappeared. He was also stunned. Li Chongqing was dead. This was completely out of his expectations. Everything he did just now, on one hand, was true grief and indignation. On the other hand, it was also to gain sympathy and punish the MCMAU people. Another reason was to help the rest of the Yang family wash away all the bad reputation. It was true that Yang he wanted to kill Fong Ping. It was true that Yang Feng wanted to kill Fong Ping. The Yang family's reputation was considered tarnished. Also, it was to save his life. MCMAU was so cruel that even second grandpa was killed. The competition was not over yet. If Fong Ping continued to challenge him, what should he do? The only way was to show weakness, to gain sympathy, and to arouse others' dissatisfaction with MCMAU. Everything was going according to his expectations. However, Li Chongqing's actions overturned everything in an instant. He was a top-notch powerhouse who could slash a rank 8 with his sword. He had also made great contributions to the Sino Nation and killed countless powerhouses. However, now because he killed a martial artist from Star Town who took the initiative to attack his own student, he had self-destructed. Yang Mu was stunned. Star Town's Su Haoren did not say a word, his face full of worry. This time it was really troublesome. The Yang family's trouble was still a small matter. The Yang family was now in decline. The only promising Yang Qing was not allowed to leave the city in the future. However, on MCMU's side, Yang he took the initiative to attack Fong Ping. After that, Li Chongqing self-destructed. What did Minister Zhang think? What did MCMAU think? Wu Quishan was about to reach rank 9. The Guardian of the South, Wu Chuan, was also a rank 9 powerhouse. There were also a large number of powerhouses who had graduated from MCMAU, and MCMAU already had powerhouses. Should Li Chongqing have killed Yang He? Yang He was dead, but Li Chongqing was not. There would probably be people who would blame Li Changsheng. However, both of them were dead. The main culprit was the Yang family. Even Star Town would be regarded as an enemy by all the martial artists from the outside world. Star Town would be meritorious, but the martial artists from the outside world would not. After fighting for 100 years, how many people had sacrificed their lives and buried their bones in foreign lands? Was it not for the sake of world peace? Now, even a hero like Fang Ping could lose his life at any time. Who would dare to fight in the future? Who would still be willing to fight? If today's matter was not handled well, the unity of the people of Sino Nation for 100 years and the united effort to fight in the catacombs might be greatly affected. Therefore, at this moment, Su Haren's head was as big as a cow's. The other grandmasters in Sino Nation also had complicated looks in their eyes. Many people looked at Su Haren, at Yang Mu, at the other people in Star Town. There was dissatisfaction, anger, and annoyance. A good competition was ruined. A swordsmanship powerhouse like Li Changsheng could at least kill a rank 9 powerhouse. Dead. How could the people in Star Town be so unscrupulous? How could they be so domineering? Beside him, Fang Ping's murderous aura was soaring. He kept staring at Yang Mu. In his heart, however, he felt helpless. What was old man Li doing? Why did he have to do this? If things got out of hand, it would be hard to explain. If he pretended to be dead now, how could he show his face in the future? Then, again, pretending to be dead could indeed gain sympathy. Otherwise, if old man Li had killed Yang, he directly, no matter what, Star Town would sympathize with the loss of a rabbit and would eventually be dissatisfied with MCMAU. Now, Li Changsheng had paid with his life. Everyone had nothing to say, right? As for rank 9s like Su Haren, they were all sure that old man Li was dead. That was because old man Li was really dead. This matter, outsiders really did not understand. After all, there were only a few words about the unification of 10,000 paths in the ancient books. And Li Changsheng was the only martial artist who had the unification of 10,000 paths today. Martial artists, especially those who had reached the high ranks, were not considered dead as long as their mentality was not dead. The best way to confirm a martial artist's death was to confirm that the other party's mentality was dead. As for a certain someone, under the unification of 10,000 paths, the essence, spirit, and soul were united. If his vitality was depleted, his mentality would also be depleted, falling into a state of nirvana. The old man's previous slash had already consumed a lot of vitality. After that, the sword aura soared to the sky, exhausting the last trace of vitality, and naturally he was dead. This point, outsiders might not really think of it. It was not that they did not think of it, but it was generally known that mentality could not be recovered unless it was like Rose King, who had a heaven-defying divine fruit. The unification of 10,000 paths only referred to the unification of 10,000 paths. It did not introduce anything else. Thinking about it, Fang Ping still felt a little helpless. He did not plan to let old man Li pretend to be dead. The old man was addicted to acting. This was great. What should he do in the future? Just as Fang Ping was glaring at Yang Mu and thinking about what to do in the future, in the void, a figure slowly materialized. Sir Marshal King. At this moment, the foreign powerhouses bowed one after another, their faces full of respect. Over at Sino Nation's side, Li Daong was also full of worry. He felt a little guilty and helpless, saying gloomily, "Minister! Minister!" The others greeted him one after another. Su Haren was also extremely depressed. He bowed slightly and said, "Marshal King, today's matter, I already know." Zhang Tao's figure completely emerged. Before this, he really did not know, but when Li Changsheng slashed out with his sword, he knew everything. Zhu Edong was too busy. He did not have time to pay special attention to some middle-ranked martial artist competitions. Glancing at Yang Mu, Zhang Tao said slowly, "Yang Mu." Yang Feng attacked Fang Ping first. He ignored the rules, disregarded the law, and attacked Fang Ping. Now Li Changxing paid with his life. Is the Yang family satisfied with this explanation? Yang Mu trembled with fear, speechless for a while. Zhang Tao looked at him for a while, then looked at Su Haoran and said, "Is Star Town satisfied?" Su Haoran said with a bitter expression, "Marshal King, this is not Star Town's intention. Star Town and MCMAU have a friendly relationship. Previously, Li Fei and the others even went to MCMAU to study. Last time, we also invited Fang Ping and the others to Star Town. Yang He's matter is only an individual's action. He does not represent the Yang family, much less Star Town." At this point, he could only completely disregard Yang He. Otherwise, if he left this knot in his heart, it would be troublesome in the future. The government could lead Sino Nation, but it did not really bow down to Star Town. Nether King Li Zhen, Marshal King Zhang Tao, Eastern Guardian Chen Gaiang, Northern Guardian Shen Haoyan, Li family's elder ancestor. Although most of these people came from Star Town, it did not mean that they only cared about Star Town. As for the other elders, some of them did not care about worldly affairs, but some of them did not really care about Star Town. Moreover, this was only the Yang family's matter. If this matter really caused a huge commotion, then it would be really troublesome. Zhang Tao said slowly, "If that's the case, Yang He and Yang Feng are dead. The assassination of Fang Ping ends here. Li Changxing's death and Yang He's death also ends here. Yang Mu, Fang Ping, do the two of you have any objections?" Fang Ping was about to speak when Zhang Tao suddenly looked at him. The look in his eyes was a little strange and frightening. He said lightly, "Fang Ping, you're known as the leader of the youth martial arts. You should think before you act. Martial artists don't need to serve the public wholeheartedly, but they need to have a clear conscience. Although Li Changxing is dead, a few days ago, I went on a trip to the Forbidden Sea and obtained a divine reversal fruit. If MCMAU is willing to pay the price of 5 divine weapons and killing 10 catacombs high ranks, I will give you the divine reversal fruit to save his life, since Li Changxing has already been nirvana once. Now that humans need powerhouses to guard the catacombs, I will give you the divine reversal fruit to save his life." As soon as these words came out, the grandmasters both at home and abroad were shocked. Divine reversal fruit? It could save the life of a nirvana powerhouse? This was too scary. King Wu had actually gone to the Forbidden Sea and obtained such a heaven-defying fruit. This was too shocking. Su Haoran was also shocked. Li Changxing could be saved? However, the price of 5 divine weapons and killing 10 catacombs high ranks was also extremely shocking. If it could really save Li Changxing, perhaps MCMAU would also be willing, right? As for Fang Ping at this moment, he was so excited that it seemed like he was about to die. He was really going to die. Zhang Tao was setting him up. Old fox, old man. Old bastard was setting him up. Damn you. He must have seen it. He must have seen it. He knew that old man Li was not dead. He said so much, but he only said one thing. If he still wanted Li Changxing to show his face in front of people, then he would have to pay 5 divine weapons and killing 10 catacombs high ranks in exchange for old man Li being able to walk outside openly in the future. In reality, he did not have to pay anything. Fang Ping was too excited, at least in the eyes of the others. He was so excited that he was trembling all over. Was Absolute Peak also setting people up? If you really have the ability to take out a divine reversal fruit, I will accept it. No, I will not accept it. I will not accept it either. Zhang Tao was still looking at Fang Ping, continuing to look. Would he accept it or not? He was actually quite annoyed now. Things had escalated to this point. The Yang family was at fault. Fang Ping was also at fault. Absolute Peak was not a fool. If Fang Ping did not deliberately pretend to be injured, would it have triggered the Yang family's follow-up actions? If Li Changxing did not kill Yang He, since the military department had ordered him not to leave Star Town, then after today, Yang He would not leave Star Town anymore. This was set in stone. In order to prevent future trouble, Fang Ping directly asked Li Chongqing to kill the other party, almost causing a rift between the government and Star Town. If this matter was not handled properly, Sino Nation would suffer great losses. Both sides were at fault, but the Yang family was dead. Zhang Tao could not be bothered to say more. On Fang Ping's side, Li Chongqing had solved a big problem by pretending to be dead. However, Zhang Tao was not willing to let Fang Ping pass this easily. This bastard, even if he fought with the Yang family in private, he could not be bothered. What day was today? Where was he now? This was the International Youth Competition, also the focus of the world. Fang Ping and the Yang family's mess today was a disgrace to the whole of Sino Nation. Behind closed doors, it would be fine even if they beat their brains out. However, in front of outsiders, to this extent, he even had the heart to hack Fang Ping to death. Did Fang Ping not still have 3 divine weapons? This bastard, leaving them empty in his hands. He did not even mention to support the government, at least increase the government's strength. The boots that Li Chongqing was wearing were worn for nothing. What was the point of keeping them? As for killing high ranks, this was something that should be done. There would be many battles in the future. Previously, in the Tiananmen catacombs, Wu Quishan alone had killed many of them. There was no time limit, so it was not a big deal. What Zhang Tao wanted now was divine weapons. As for Fang Ping, his face was full of grief, indignation, sorrow, and grief. Beside him, Minister Wang said excitedly, "Fang Ping, quickly agree." From Minister Wang and the others' point of view, Zhang Tao was really thinking about MCMAU's contributions. Plus, they were family, so he was siding with MCMAU. He had even given out the heaven-defying divine fruit that could save the Nirvana powerhouse. As for divine weapons and killing enemies, to them, this was just to save some face. This was to avoid Star Town's dissatisfaction. After all, Li Chongqing could still be saved. It was almost equivalent to giving it away for free. If they did not believe it, they could ask the people in Star Town. 5 divine weapons in exchange for a divine fruit. Would they do it? Divine weapons did not have a level limit. If 5 rank, 7 divine weapons could be exchanged for this heaven-defying divine fruit, Star Town would be able to gather a large number of divine weapons to exchange for it. Not only Star Town, but the Grand Masters of other foreign forces also looked envious and expectant. No one thought that Zhang Tao would lie. What a joke! This was a top powerhouse, Lord Marshal King, Hades King Li Zhen, Marshal King Zhang Tao. Even among the world's top powerhouses, they were the top-notch kind with unparalleled combat strength. It would not be easy for these big shots to go to a dangerous place like the Forbidden Sea to obtain the divine fruit. Yet, they were only exchanged for 5 divine weapons. It was too easy for MCMEU's people. Some people calculated in their hearts that it might be related to Li Chongqing's sword earlier. That sword even touched the destruction of space. If such a powerhouse could be saved, it would add a powerful high-ranked combat strength to Sino Nation. Using this divine fruit to save Li Chongqing might be worth it. However, some people still felt that it was too extravagant. Li Chongqing's life was not long. Saving him, was it not a waste? It was still Sino Nation's top benevolence. At this moment, in their eyes, Zhang Tao was simply the incarnation of a kind person. As for Fang Ping, the corner of his mouth trembled. After a while, he said in a somewhat happy manner, "Minister, can he really be saved? Can he also recover the vitality that was previously lost?" Fang Ping felt that if Zhang Tao really helped Old Man Li recover his vitality, it would be worth it. After all, it would consume a lot of life essence. Unfortunately, Zhang Tao did not buy it. He shook his head slightly and said it can only stop his mentality from dying out. As for recovery, you guys will have to think of another way. F***CK. Fang Ping cursed in his heart. This was a business that cost nothing. Now, Old Man Li could recover his mentality by simply replenishing some vitality. Did he think he was a fool? Just like that. He wanted to extort 5 divine weapons from me. However, When he thought about what happened today, if he did not give an explanation, he might not be able to live through this. Without old Zhang's support, it would not be easy to pass this hurdle in Star City. 5 divine weapons. 5 divine weapons. Very good. Old Zhang, I'll remember you. You must live until I reach the top. Don't die. Today it's 5 rank, 7 divine weapons. When that time comes, it won't even be enough for you to return me the top divine weapons. Fang Ping remembered this debt. In history, this was the person who owed him the most, even more than Old Manly. If it was not enough for Old Zhang to sell himself, a top divine weapon, selling himself, should be enough. Fang Ping looked at Zhang Tao strangely. Zhang Tao seemed to be able to see through a person's heart, glancing at him with a half-smile. I'm extorting you. What can you do? You're lucky I didn't slap you to death. Today, you almost messed things up. I didn't kill you because I'm taking your credit. After an unknown amount of time, Fang Ping said, half crying and half laughing, Thank you for saving my life, Minister. I can't repay this kindness. Fang Ping will remember it. 5 rank, 7 divine weapons, killing 10 high ranks. MCMAU will do our best. Even if we have to go bankrupt, I beg Minister to save Instructor's life. The phrase, remember it in my heart, was really engraved in his bones. It was heavy. Zhang Tao sighed softly, nodded, and said, Then I'll bring Li Chongqing back. In this case, 1 divine fruit may not be able to save him. I'll look for Li Zhen and try to infuse the origin together again. I only hope that after he survives, he can see through some things because of today's nirvana. Sigh. With a long sigh, Zhang Tao waved his hand and took Li Chongqing's corpse away. After saying, Let's continue, he disappeared without a trace. Fang Ping wanted to cry, but had no tears. Let me die. A top divine weapon tricked me, a rank 6, and he even acted like he suffered a great loss. He even made other people worship him and make other people envious of him. What is this? Tricked me, and I still have to thank him. I'm in so much pain. Compared to tricking others, what is this? Back then, when he tricked 5 divine weapons from Polaris City, it was a real battle with real swords and spears. He also acted as a follower and did it for a while. As for Zhang Tao, from the beginning to the end, he showed up for less than 5 minutes, and it was over. Fang Ping felt bitter in his heart, but he still had to pretend to be happy. He saved his instructor. How could he not be happy? Ironhead, this big idiot, was still congratulating him in a low voice. How lucky! Minister, you still have the divine fruit to save Deanly. You're too lucky. Chapter 552. Zhang Tao had left. Once Absolute Peak showed up, the matter was considered over. No one dared to go against Absolute Peak's will. As for Fang Ping, he glanced at the dazed Yangmu and suddenly sighed softly. He said softly, I won't take this matter to heart anymore. You and I are both the pillars of Sino Nation's younger generation. I hope we can enter the restricted area together this time and forget everything that happened before. Before he could finish his sentence, Yang Mu's expression changed drastically. He suddenly looked at Su Haoren, trembling all over. Grandpa Su, I want to send second grandpa and Yang Feng home. In this lifetime, I will never leave Star Town. He was afraid. He was terrified. Fang Ping was so kind that he wanted to enter the restricted area with him. Just now, Fang Ping killed Yang Feng in a flash. Just now, Li Chongqing killed Yang He with 1 slash. In a few minutes, Fang Ping would meet him again and forget all enmity. Yang Mu's heart trembled. Fang Ping wanted to kill him. He was sure that Fang Ping wanted to kill him. On the ground, Fang Ping would not attack him anymore. Absolute Peak had already shown up. If Fang Ping dared to attack him again, he would really be disrespecting Absolute Peak. However, what about after entering the restricted area? Who could protect him? He did not want to compete anymore. He wanted to leave. He wanted to leave immediately. He even said that he would never leave Star Town. No one was not afraid of death. The Yang family of today was no longer the Yang family of the past. Fang Ping's face was full of kindness. He wanted to say something, but stopped. It seemed like he did not know what to say. Don't be afraid. I have no intention of killing you. You're too weak. However, if you really die, I won't save you. According to what others said, the probability of death after entering the restricted area is not low. You will probably die, right? Su Haoran glanced at Fang Ping, then at Yang Mu, and finally at Li Daong. He sighed softly. Commander Li, now that Yang He and Yang Feng are dead, why don't you let Yang Mu bring them back to Star Town? Li Daong did not say anything this time. He nodded and said sure. After saying that, Li Daong glanced at them and turned to look at a rank 7 military department martial artist. Send Yang Mu back to Star Town. He asked the rank 7 to escort him because he was worried that Yang Mu would not be satisfied and cause trouble again. On the one hand, he was worried that Fang Ping might be up to no good. The last point was also to explain the situation to Stellar Sky City. Although Zhang Tao had stepped forward to suppress what had happened today, it was still necessary to make things clear, lest Yang Mu go back and stir up trouble. Without saying a word, Yang Mu went to collect Yang Feng's corpse. As for Yang, his body was badly mutilated and had almost been torn to pieces. Yang Mu used his clothes to wrap up the fragments. He took one last look at Fang Ping, his expression indescribably complicated. Resentment, then there must be. But after the resentment, his heart turned cold. This was a ruthless person. Most likely, he had long wanted to kill them. Now that things had come to this, if they still couldn't tell, they would really be fools. Fang Ping said that he had pretended to be injured to kill the people from Pantheon. What a joke! When his mental strength collapsed, he only showed it to the people of Hua Nation. It was obvious who he was trying to lure. Yang Mu left without looking back. The Yang family was completely finished. Now there was only a high-ranked Yang Qing left, and he was only a middle-stage rank 7. Under the circumstances, what could Yang Qing do? MCMAU Li Changsheng was not dead. Before Nirvana, he said, draw your sword and fight. Unless a rank 9 powerhouse stood up for the Yang family, otherwise, who would dare to kill Fang Ping? As soon as he left, Fang Ping's expression returned to normal. Without waiting for the others to speak, Fang Ping suddenly said, now that Yang Mu has left, it's still my challenge, right? As soon as these words came out, the other countries lost the mood to watch the show. They had almost forgotten about the competition. Just now, the strength that Fang Ping had displayed was indeed terrifying. His mentality was not damaged at all. There was no damage at all. Previously, Rosais thought that he had severely injured Fang Ping. Only now did he know that Fang Ping was just messing with him. Fang Ping swept his gaze across the crowd one by one. Suddenly, his eyes fell on a Grandmaster Sword Knight from Pantheon. This person wore full armor, but did not wear a helmet. His fiery red hair was also quite eye-catching. Fang Ping smiled and said, you're at Mentality Vitality Unity. There's no need to hide anything. No one can hide it from me, Fang Ping. Having said that, Fang Ping glanced at the great sword in his hand, then looked at his full armor, and said playfully, brother, why don't you come on stage and play? Without the threat of the Yang family, he did not need to scheme anymore. At this moment, Fang Ping was reckless and high-spirited. This time, he almost ruined the youth competition. Although the others did not say anything, Fang Ping knew that he had to do something. Selfishness and fairness had to be taken into consideration. If he still did not put an effort in the upcoming competition, he might make a lot of people unhappy this time. He killed Yang Feng and forced Yang Mu away. Sino Nation had lost 2 peak combat strength. He could only kill some foreign powerhouses. Yes, kill. This hidden Mentality Vitality Unity was not a descendant of a paragon, but a powerhouse sent by the European government. The key was that the other party's sword was a divine weapon. Although the armor was not a divine weapon, it was still good stuff. He had just lost 5 divine weapons to old Zhang. Luo Saisai's greatsword was not bad. It was also a divine weapon. Now he had to think of a way to make up for the loss. The knight who was called looked at Fang Ping and said, "Are you sure you want to challenge me?" "Right now. It's not the final stage yet." Fang Ping chuckled. "It won't take long to kill you." Having said that, Fang Ping looked at Ka Meng and Butoi, as well as the tattooed man from Totem City. He said lightly, "After killing him, all of you will be next. You've got guts. How dare you kill a Sino Nation martial artist? You deserve to die." Arrogant, the few of them were furious. On the other hand, Sino Nation was very pleased. Fang Ping killed one of their own. Although they did not say anything, they still felt a little upset. But now, Fang Ping was extremely domineering. He called out names and wanted to kill the mentality, vitality, unity powerhouses from various countries. It was really inspiring. Cut the crap. Go on stage. Having said that, Fang Ping leaped into the air and landed in the middle of the arena. At this moment, the arena had already fallen. The few rank 9s took a look at the broken seal and were about to continue. At this moment, the arena floated directly in the air. The next moment, a thin, transparent cover covered the arena. Fang Ping was slightly shocked. Absolute Zhang Tao. He was indeed terrifyingly powerful. In Fang Ping's opinion, the seal set by the 7 rank 9s was not as powerful as this seal that was set up casually. Absolute was indeed enough to change everything. Just as Fang Ping entered the central area, the knight with the big sword walked out too. He looked at Fang Ping and said coldly, "You're digging your own grave. You talk too much." Just as he finished speaking, Sun City suddenly appeared. In the next moment, Sun City condensed into the chaos-vanquishing saber. Kacha! With a crisp sound, a crack appeared on the chaos-vanquishing saber. At the same time, Fang Ping roared. Celestiality, golden bone, vitality force, all the power surged into the saber in an instant. The chaos-vanquishing saber began to crumble. Fang Ping leaped into the air and slashed. The gods had fallen. In the void, all the gods and Buddhas were destroyed. Just as the illusion appeared, the saber light had already fallen. The fiery red hair of the knight with the big sword stood on end. There was a hint of madness in his eyes. Danger, extreme danger. Fang Ping was much stronger than when he fought Rosais. Roar! The knight with the big sword let out a wild roar. He did not run. There was no way to run. The battle area was too small. If he ran, he would be courting death. He could only take this move. Sun sword. At this moment, the great sword in the knight's hand was like the sun, exploding with dazzling celestiality. Powerhouses who had achieved mentality-vitality fusion could explode celestiality. However, it would cause great damage to their bodies. Unless it was absolutely necessary, no one would be willing to do so. At this moment, the knight with the big sword did not hesitate, exploding with all his might. A sword and a saber collided instantly. The gods in the sky fell, their blood splattering in the void. Just as the knight with the big sword unleashed his frenzied outburst, roaring incessantly, Fang Ping did not take a break after the slash just now. In an instant, the same slash materialized again. Bill. In Heaven of Gods, a powerhouse's expression changed drastically, roaring. Play dead, admit defeat. They sensed a huge threat. Bill was in trouble. Just as the knight with the big sword heard this voice and was about to take action, his vision suddenly went black. The void shook, mentality exploded. The explosion made him a little dazed. In this moment of daze, Fang Ping's second slash came. Boom! A loud bang was heard. On the spot, only a broken armor and great sword were left. Fang Ping frowned slightly. With a shift of his mentality, he retracted the great sword and armor. Then he looked at the cracked, chaos-vanquishing saber in his hand, feeling a little helpless. That day, he had promised to use it until peak rank 6. Great, now it was about to completely shatter. It was a well-known weapon below divine weapon. Zhang Dingnan's saber was not that great. However, he had obtained another divine weapon. That was not bad. While Fang Ping was still sizing up this great sword that was slightly smaller than Rao Sai's, the scene was extremely quiet. In just a moment, Fang Ping had killed a powerhouse who had achieved mentality-vitality fusion. Was Bill strong? Mentality-vitality fusion could not be that bad. It was almost a dream for a typical peak rank 6 to kill a mentality-vitality fusion powerhouse. But now, a mentality-vitality fusion powerhouse did not have much room to perform, and was killed by Fang Ping with 2 slashes. In Wanta World, Carmen's expression was gloomy, gripping his scepter tightly. Sino Nation's first casualty was killed by him. In ancient Buddha's sacred land, Butoya put his palms together, no longer smiling. He was mumbling something, suppressing the palpitation in his heart. In Totem City, the tattooed man did not say a word, his expression cold and solemn. In Mentality-Vitality Fusion, only the black-robed martial artist from the Andes Mountains did not seem to care, because he did not kill any Sino Nation martial artists. Fang Ping only had 2 chances to challenge. It would not be his turn no matter what. At this moment, Fang Ping seemed to have thought of something. Suddenly, his face turned pale. Blood spilled everywhere in the air, and he said with great difficulty, so powerful. Mentality-Vitality Fusion, it lives up to its name. F***CK. It was unknown if these foreigners knew how to curse in Sino Nation's national language. Anyway, at this moment, everyone's expression was extremely dark. Mother****, you killed Bill with 2 slashes, and the other party did not even attack you. You self-destructed a part of your mentality. Now only an idiot would believe that you could not recover. Bastard. B***T. Everyone cursed in their hearts. Things had already come to this, and you still want to put on an act. Do you think that everyone is an idiot, that we will take the initiative to challenge you? Meanwhile, over at Sino Nation's side, Jiang Chao swallowed his saliva and said with some delight, so powerful! As he said that, Jiang Chao thought of something and immediately shouted, globally rank 6, Fang Ping is invincible. If you're not convinced, come and fight me. Fang Ping, who had unleashed his full power, was too powerful. Moreover, it was extremely shameless. When he unleashed one move, the materialized mentality self-destructed. It was almost impossible for those below rank 7 to withstand it, and they would all experience a moment of dizziness. Meanwhile, Fang Ping's vitality recovered quickly, and he could quickly unleash a second slash. Most of the time, even if your mentality self-destructed, you would not be able to unleash a second slash, and you would not be able to kill your opponent. But Fang Ping could. He had unleashed 2 slashes in a row, 2 extremely powerful slashes. There were not many rank SAXS who could withstand 2 slashes from him, unless they were martial artists who wore accessories that could withstand mentality attacks. Obviously, Bill did not. Or rather, among the martial artists present, including those from Sino Nation, there were less than 10 who had this ability. Moreover, it might not necessarily be in powerhouses who had achieved mentality-vitality fusion. It was more likely to be in the weaker ones. Fang Ping spat blood for a while, glanced at Carmen and the rest, then looked at Luo Sais and chuckled. I've used up all my chances of being challenged, but the 2 hidden grandmasters can challenge me and I won't reject them. Maybe I'll witness a battle between rank 6 grandmasters, ha ha. Fang Ping was arrogant and presumptuous to the point of no bounds. He pretended to be injured, and it was obvious that he had no intention of concealing it. He was just toying with them. Yet he pointed out that there were 2 hidden grandmasters, and even began to provoke them. This guy was too savage. The foreign young martial artists were extremely furious, and also extremely vigilant. There were two more grandmasters, other than their own people. Outsiders really did not know that there were actually two hidden grandmasters this time. At that moment, everyone was on high alert. As for the two grandmaster powerhouses who were pointed out, although they did not show it, they were also somewhat vigilant in their hearts. Amazing! Did King Wu tell them just now? Or did Fong Ping discover it on his own? If Fong Ping discovered it on his own, then this Sino Nation prodigy was really a little scary. Daring to challenge grandmasters. This guy's ability might be even stronger. When Fong Ping returned to his seat, Jiang Chao said excitedly, "Amazing, really amazing! Killing mentality-vitality fusion in 2 slashes. Fong Ping, invincible rank, 6. You're definitely going to be 1. Fong Ping grinned. That's not necessarily true. Some people's trump cards are very strong. For example, the kill formula from before. I've also seen the suppress formula before. That can even suppress a rank 9. Jiang Chao chuckled. That requires preparation time, and it's not like you can use it whenever you want. There are 13 families in Startown, and there are 13 ultimate techniques. Actually, we've only learned the surface of these ultimate techniques, and they're not the real ultimate techniques. If you really want to unleash a powerful force, you need to be at least a rank 9. For example, my Jiang family's destroy formula is said to be unbreakable, but in reality, even if I really used it, I would be killed by you before I could even make a move. That would be useless. Just now, he wanted to say Yang Feng, but after thinking about it, he immediately shut his mouth. Yang Feng was killed by Fong Ping, so he was also a member of Startown. There was no need to say anything more. Destroy formula? Does everyone in Startown use this kind of font ultimate technique? Fong Ping was still very interested in this. He had not seen Commander Li's void-piercing swordsmanship before. It was not that he did not want to see it, but when it was sent to him, he could not open it. When Old Li opened it, he learned it. It was gone. Yes, gone. Li Zhen was too stingy. He only taught Old Li. After Old Li learned it, the aura of the origin dissipated, and then it was gone. Just like Rose King's rank 9 origin, it was gone after it was used up. If no one showed you a short movie, you would not be able to learn it. Jiang Chao and the others learned this kind of ultimate technique, but they still needed their rank 9 family to consume some of their origin energy to help them learn it. Those who did not have a rank 9 family did not even have the chance to learn it, unless their paragon ancestor took the initiative to teach them. Not really. There are a few families that don't use fonts. Actually, fonts are just an external manifestation. The main thing is still the structure of some origin. Cough, cough, cough. Su Haoran coughed softly, glaring at Jiang Chao with some annoyance. This little fatty, he had the urge to beat him to death. At this time, it was not convenient to be too close to Fong Ping. Fong Ping had just killed someone from Star City. No matter what, no matter how good their relationship was, he had to keep his distance at this time. At least it represented Star City's attitude. If word got out that you were chatting with Fong Ping now, everyone might think that it was the Jiang family who instigated it. Also, you can tell everything to the outside world. Can you casually talk about the ultimate technique? Someone like Li Zhen valued his own ultimate technique more than anything. Aren't you afraid that your ancestor will kill you? Jiang Chao pursed his lips and said no more. Minister Wang, on the other hand, looked at Fong Ping with a gratified expression. He smiled and said, "Well done." Fong Ping's domineering killing of a mentality-vitality powerhouse could be said to have shocked everyone. With Fong Ping around, Sino Nation was much more confident. At this time, the matter of Fong Ping killing the mentality-vitality fusion martial artist was considered to be over. According to the order, it was time to challenge the middle stage rank 6 martial artists in Heaven of Gods. In reality, there were not many middle stage rank 6 martial artists. The 5 forces only had 5 of them. Sino Nation, on the other hand, had more. That middle stage rank 6 martial artist first glanced at Su Zissou, then looked at the other middle stage rank, 6 martial artists from various forces. Finally, after some thought, he still challenged the middle stage martial artist from the 10,000 pagodas world. It could not be helped. He was also afraid of death. Other than martial arts university people, the middle stage rank, 6 martial artists who came to participate in the competition were all descendants of Peerless Peak. It was fine for them to fight, but there were a few lunatics in Sino Nation. Although Fong Ping did not kill a Peerless Peak's descendant, Li Yiming had just killed one. Fong Ping was not interested in the battle between 2 middle stage rank 6 martial artists. He asked casually, why didn't Minister Zhang's descendants participate in the competition? Minister Zhang had 3 grandsons and 2 granddaughters, but one of them died. Of the remaining 4, 2 have already achieved high ranks, and the other 2 are still young. The one who spoke was Minister Wang. Fong Ping heard this and raised his eyebrows. How old are they? I think they're taking the Gaokao this year. I don't really remember, so I didn't pay much attention. Minister Wang was not too concerned about this. He was also a rank 8 powerhouse. No matter how much he curried favor with the Peerless Peak, it was not to the extent of currying favor with his descendants. In this era, if you did not have the strength, even if you were a Peerless Peak's descendant, powerhouses would not pay much attention to you. Jiang Chao and the others were all Peerless Peak's descendants, but people like Minister Wang usually only talked to Fong Ping and Du Hong. There was no other reason. You did not have the strength. I respect your ancestors, but it does not mean I am willing to pay attention to you. Fong Ping heard this and touched his chin. Participate in the Gaokao? Such a coincidence. MCMAU wanted to take him in. They had to fight to take him in. Under normal circumstances, the descendants of these big shots in Capital City would go to Capital City Martial Arts University. But now, MCMAU was the most famous martial arts university. Take him in, he. Fong Ping's eyes revealed a hint of deep thought. When you arrived at MCMAU, your seniors and instructors would painstakingly teach you. You can't not appreciate it, right? The key was, what was the other party's strength? The Peerless Peak's descendants all cultivated in advance. Their strength would not be too weak. Participate in the Gaokao. He did not seem to have heard of anyone rank 5 or 6 participating in the Gaokao. Fong Ping was a little suspicious. If in the end a rank 5 or 6 martial artist entered the school, it would be embarrassing if the average instructor could not defeat them. Forget it. Even if they really are rank 5 or 6, it's nothing. Fong Ping shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Old Zhang extorted 5 divine weapons from him this time. Although there was a reason for it, it was still too much. He would settle the score with him sooner or later. On Heaven of God's side, the match between the 2 middle-stage martial artists ended very slowly. After fighting for a long time, a winner was finally decided amicably. At this time, the middle stage of the 10,000 pagoda world had just finished their battle and was not in the mood to continue challenging. As for the others, some gave up their chances again. Some challenged the 2 who had just fought. After 1 round, it was Sino Nation's turn. This time, Sino Nation had the right to challenge. Old Wang, Tai Tu, Yao Qingjun, and Su Zissou all had the right to challenge. Fong Ping saw this and laughed. Fight for our martial arts university's prestige. Isn't the 10,000 pagoda world very arrogant? That Carmen, or whatever it is, how dare he kill our Sino Nation martial artists? The 3 of you kill 1 peak rank 6 each. As soon as he said this, there was a slight commotion on Wana World's side. There were 12 people from Wanta World participating in the competition. After a few rounds, 3 people had already died. Now, there were 9 people left. Other than Carmen, there were only 3 peak rank 6 martial artists left. One of them was even a descendant of a paragon. Li Hansong cracked his neck and laughed. All right, I'll kill one then. I've waited for a few rounds, and no one challenged me. What a pity. Not far away, Carmen gripped his scepter tightly. He looked at Fong Ping and said coldly, Fong Ping, I still have two right to challenge. Fong Ping smiled. Do whatever you want. On my side, other than the few of us, only General Du Hong is not a descendant of a paragon. You can pick anyone. It's fine even if you pick us. Just give it a try. As for killing a paragon's descendant, you can kill them if you want. Fong Ping was not interested in this. Even if Jiang Chao and Su Zissou were challenged and killed, Fong Ping did not think too much about it. If others could die, then a paragon's descendant could die too. At this time, did they really expect him to value other people's lives more? That was obviously impossible. Carmen's face darkened. He did not speak again. However, his gaze was set on Wang Jinyang and the others. Fong Ping could not kill them himself, but these people, if they really dared to kill their people, he would not be merciful. Wang Jinyang did not even look at him. Li Hansong, on the other hand, grinned. With mentality-vitality fusion, there was a high chance that he would not be a match. However, it was not that easy to kill him either. Ignoring Carmen, Li Hansong pointed at one person from Wanta World and laughed. Come out. 3 minutes later, Li Hansong paid the price of bathing in golden blood and killed his opponent. Soon, Li Hansong began to recover. His golden body shone even more brilliantly. This time, everyone from Wanta World was so angry that their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. These guys, although they were middle-stage martial artists, they were even worse than the Paragon's descendants. Chapter 553. At the same time, Ministry of Education. Zhang Tao sipped his tea leisurely, staring at the corpse in front of him for a long time. After another sip of tea, Zhang Tao said faintly he's already dead. How can he be revived? Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. His corpse has been obliterated. Old man Li was still silent. Zhang Tao smiled faintly. Before I left, coincidentally, I touched the corpse and found 10 caddies of life essence. People nowadays are really rich and overbearing. They can even casually throw away their life essence. How can that be? The next moment, Old Man Li spoke. At this moment, Old Man Li was exasperated. He shrieked, I sealed it. How did you get it? When he came, he brought life essence. However, he did not carry it with him. Instead, he put it on the roof where the sculpture was and sealed it. It was not far anyway. If he needed it, he could use it immediately. Who knew? Zhang Tao would find it. Zhang Tao sneered. He said faintly, I'm at the top. What can be hidden from me in capital city? Old Man Li cursed in his heart. Bullsh ** T. If nothing could be hidden from you, today's incident would not have happened. He could only brag about it after the fact. As he spoke, Zhang Tao suddenly said coldly, You brought so much life essence with you, and it's on the ground. Are you ready to kill? No, I brought it for self-defense. Humph. Old Man Li did not care if he snorted. He said weakly, Give it back. I picked it up. Your name is written on it. Is it yours, Li Changsheng? No. Old Man Li did not mind. He added, But I swallowed it in my stomach. It has my breath on it. It's gone now. Then why don't you just kill me? Old Man Li was listless. He thought for a while and said, Forget it. Don't give it back. I'll hang myself in front of the Ministry of Education. Bastard. Zhang Tao slammed the table, annoyed. He tossed a bottle to him. Old Man Li took it quickly and looked at it. He opened it again and said, unhappily, 2 caddies less. Cut the crap. In your case, 2. 5 caddies is enough. The 2 caddies less will be the cost of my insurance. Zhang Tao added, Do you think we'll let it go just like that? Do you know how big of a mess you've made? You killed the current head of the Yang family, in front of all the experts in the world. What do you expect the people of Star Town to think? The Yang clan's old ancestor and some of the old ancestors of Star Town had lived together for hundreds of years, yet they didn't have any feelings for each other? You almost ruined everything. If you really died, then forget it. But you didn't die, and I saved you. which is equivalent to me protecting you. I'll take the blame for you. Is there a problem with giving me 1 kilogram of life essence? Zhang Tao scolded him a few times, but he cursed in his heart. These guys were really rich. Ever since he picked up a bunch of them back then, he really hadn't gotten his hands on any of them. It wasn't that he couldn't get his hands on them, but he couldn't kill them casually. There were still many people injured in the Ministry of Education. Since he had picked up 10 caddies, it shouldn't be a problem to collect some storage fees, right? The absolute peak was also poor. Old Man Li said gloomily, "Didn't you extort 5 divine weapons from Fangping?" "That's what he needs to pay." Zhang Tao was slightly annoyed. MCMAU has spoiled him too much. This isn't a good thing. He should have suffered setback and suffered a big loss. This time, how much trouble has he caused because of his stubbornness? 5 divine weapons isn't about this. It's just a warning to him not to act recklessly anymore. The Yang family made a move on him first. I know. Zhang Tao felt a headache coming on. If not, I would have killed you long ago if you dared to kill a Sino rank 8 in front of everyone. But he can't take any losses. He calls himself the youth leader. But what is a leader? Tell me Li Chongsheng is a leader like this? He has better ways to resolve some problems, even if he needs to endure humiliation temporarily. He's a powerhouse, a genius, far from being a leader. He unites all forces that can be united, even if he's misunderstood. They want to kill him. I know. Zhang Tao was slightly speechless. Aren't you here? Do you think the Yang family can kill him? Not possible, right? As long as the competition is over, since the military department has ordered Yang He to return to Star City, then Star City will not disobey. Do you really think Li Zhen is a pushover? If Star City dares to let him out, even if Li Zhen flips out, Star City will have to consider if it's worth it. The government won't sit back and do nothing. After today, they can ignore the Yang family. Even if they're unhappy, they can rise and hide. If they rise, they can soar in the universe. If they hide, they can hide. That's what a hero is. He's only 20 years old. Old Man Li was speechless. He's not an old person like you. If we don't stand up for him now, something big will happen sooner or later. Zhang Tao glanced at him, frowning. Yes, he's young. You're young too? If you went easy on him and injured Yang He, would you be able to fake your death and get away without killing him? When the time comes, we'll be in the right. If Star City doesn't give us an explanation, how can we let them get away so easily? You, on the other hand, you killed him with 1 slash. Do you think you're overbearing? Li Chongsheng, you're becoming more and more brainless, Old Man Li explained. I couldn't control my strength. It was also my first time making a move. How would I know if I could kill him? Shut up. Zhang Tao flew into a rage out of humiliation. You talk back 3 times for every sentence I say. If you were my son, I'd kill you with 1 slap. At his age, Old Man Li was considered his son. He was even younger than his son. However, looking at Old Man Li's aged appearance, Zhang Tao felt that it was better not to have such a son. He was too old. Old Man Li did not say anything. What did I say? You talk a lot, okay. After a while, Old Man Li said, Then I'll be leaving. Leaving? Going where? Zhang Tao frowned. Stay in the Department of Education for a while. Leave after the competition is over. After you return to MCMAU, you're not allowed to go out. Cultivating in seclusion has drained your vitality very quickly, even if you have life essence to replenish the consumption. But this is not a long-term solution. I can still live for 8 to 10 years. I don't know if I can live until then. Old Man Li did not care. Zhang Tao pondered. It's easy to die if you want to. Cultivate a little stronger. You can unite all paths, vitality and mentality. When you cultivate to 100,000 calories vitality, you can kill a rank 9. Right now, you're still lacking a lot. When that time comes, even if you want to die, You have to take a few rank 9s with you. Don't die of old age on the ground. Right now, Li Changxing's vitality was not very strong. Rank 6 martial artists had 10,000 cal vitality. Rank 7 martial artists could usually cultivate to 50,000 calories. Of course, at that time, vitality did not mean everything. A rank 8 powerhouse could reach 100,000 calories vitality. Old Man Li had once boasted that he would cultivate 1,000,000 cal vitality to reach the peak. He also said that 100,000 calories vitality could kill a rank 9. At that time, he did not have a rank 9 divine weapon yet. He had not learned the void-piercing swordplay technique. Of course, although vitality was easier to cultivate, he could not kill a rank 9 in one move. Right now, his vitality was only slightly higher than a new rank 8 martial artist, about 60 to 70,000 cal. If he wanted to cultivate to 100,000 calories, who knew how long it would take? If he really cultivated to 100,000 calories, there would not be many rank 9s below the peak who could fight him. Old Man Li did not say anything. Zhang Tao pondered for a moment again. Suddenly he said, "Fang Ping, did he bring back the Yang family's corpse?" Old Man Li's expression turned serious. He said immediately, "Of course not." Zhang Tao felt a headache coming on. He said softly, "If he did, ask him to bring it out as soon as possible. Some things are still a little troublesome. Others might not know, but how can I not know? When he left the catacombs that day, it's not like I don't know how much life essence he brought with him. Now, you bring 10 caddies here and there, and it might not even be all of it." Wang Tringhai brought 2 caddies too. Zhang Qingnan and Shan Yaoting also got some. That's the reserve from the last Nanjiang catacombs trip. "Do you think I'm an idiot?" Zhang Tao said angrily, "The life essence is condensed from monster plants. There's not a trace of remnant aura. Is it the Rose City Lords or Nanjiang gigantic willow cities? Can't I tell? I've taken the blame for all of you, and you're trying to fool me? Li Changxing, do you think I'm an idiot who has lived for almost 100 years? Old Man Li looked helpless. All right, he had underestimated absolute peak. After a while, Old Man Li said he really didn't take it. If he did, he wouldn't keep it a secret and wouldn't bring it out. Even if he didn't give it to the Yang family, Old Wu was about to reach rank 9. He would still give it to Old Wu. This kid is sentimental and knows who will protect him. It's not bad for him if Old Wu becomes stronger. Then where did his storage ring come from? Zhang Tao asked. Fang Ping's life essence had increased by a huge amount out of nowhere. Others might not care, thinking that it was his reserve from the last time. But it was not like he did not know. Coincidentally, the last time Fang Ping came out from Tianan, he was there too. He knew every strand of hair on Fang Ping's body. Old Man Li was speechless. He mumbled, "He doesn't have a storage ring. If you dare to lie to me again, I'll throw you to Mount Imperial Sea. You can go talk to the few from Star City yourself." Zhang Tao looked displeased. Even at this time, this guy was still playing dumb with him. Li Changxing was helpless. After a while he said, all right. I'll tell you. He does have a storage ring, but only he can open it. It's something that belongs to him. That's not someone else's, it's his. He already had it when he was in the Nanjiang catacombs. It has nothing to do with the Yang family. I can guarantee this because I already knew it last time. Having said that, Old Man Li looked at Zhang Tao and asked, "Does everyone in Absolute Peak have a storage ring?" Zhang Tao ignored him, saying softly his own storage ring. Where did he get it? After thinking for a while, Zhang Tao shook his head. Martial artists all have their own secrets. I don't want to investigate too deeply. Everyone has their own secrets. But this time, coincidentally, it's related to that person from the Yang family. I didn't pay attention to it before. Now that I think about it, the Yang family's incessant pestering might have something to do with this. As he said that, Zhang Tao confirmed once again, "Are you sure that it's his, and not something that was stolen this time?" "I'm sure." Li Changsheng, you're a swordsman powerhouse. I believe you. Zhang Tao nodded slightly, muttering, forget it. Just say that it's a trial product developed by the government and gave it to him. The government has really developed it? Old man Li looked surprised. He had long heard that the government was developing these things, but had they really developed it? No, but some of the trial products have extremely unstable space and can collapse easily. Once it does, it'll hurt both others and oneself. It's still in the development stage. As for us, we have it. It's not our own, but we obtained it from some other places. Fang Ping also has it. At this moment, Zhang Tao thought of many things. After a while, he said, tell him not to go around showing off for no reason. Where did he get this thing? Although I don't want to ask about this, some things can easily cause some misunderstanding. That person from the Yang family, Li Zhan, and I will go to the bounded domain once in a while. Even if we don't enter, we can more or less sense some of the situation. As long as Li Zhan and I bear witness, it'll be over. Don't give me any more trouble. The situation now is not stable. Star Town situation is also a little complicated. You and Wu Quishin, one has weak rank 9 combat strength, the other is about to reach rank 9, Old Manly said with some dissatisfaction. I'm not considered a weak rank 9, am I? Zhang Tao was so angry that he almost laughed. If you continue fighting with a weak rank 9, you'll most likely be the one who dies. Do you really think you're something? Can you lock onto a rank 9's whereabouts? Just treat it as a powerful weapon. Stop talking nonsense. If I say you're a weak rank 9, then you are. Old Manly said nothing. Since Zhu Feng had already said so, if he continued to refute, he would definitely get angry. Zhang Tao did not bother to say anything more. He continued, Sino Nation needs high-end combat strength to replenish now. You guys are also martial arts university seniors. Don't be like young kids fooling around. Also, go back and warn Fang Ping. This is the only time. If he wants to be a leader, he must at least display the bearing and demeanor of a leader. Being a leader doesn't just mean it. Got it? Get lost. Don't go to Imperial Sea Mountain in the near future. Old Manly nodded and said no more. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly turned his head and said, What if the Yang family comes looking for trouble again? Zhang Tao's expression darkened. He said angrily, Do you think they're idiots? It's hard to say. Then kill them. Not on the ground or at Mount Royal Sea. Anywhere else is up to you. Zhang Tao humphed. Do you even need to ask me? If the Yang family really came looking for trouble, then he was stupid. As long as they did not make a move on the ground and cause trouble for him. Not at Mount Royal Sea either. Because there was a patriarch in Stellar Sky City. Be careful not to get killed. Old Man Li did not say much. Martial artists were not easy to deal with. Old Man Zhang was also a ruthless person. If he was not ruthless enough, he would not be able to reach the peak. This time he was angry with Li Changsheng and Fang Ping, but that was because these two bastards did not follow the rules. He had done such a thing in public during the youth tournament. If it was in the catacombs, if the Yang family made a move on Fang Ping, he would be killed. There would not be so much trouble. After waiting for Old Man Li to leave, Zhang Tao mumbled, Fang Ping's own. Where did the storage ring come from? After thinking for a while, Zhang Tao shook his head. Forget it. He would not bother. Although the storage ring was good stuff, it was only for an individual. It did not matter much in the big picture. As long as it was confirmed that it did not belong to the Yang family, it was fine. The corpse of a peak would still attract attention. Meanwhile, Martial Arts Association. Wang Jinyang's expression was cold. He had pierced through his opponent's chest with one move, shattering his internal organs. His opponent was not completely dead. His eyes showed some disbelief. Were all martial arts students in Sino Nation this ruthless? Ruthless to the enemy, ruthless to himself too. At this moment, half of Wang Jinyang's face was gone. The crack in his skull was shocking. The skull was the Achilles heel of most martial artists. This martial artist, named Wang Jinyang, was not like Li Hansong. Li Hansong had golden bones all over his body. He was so strong that even his skull was made of gold. Wang Jinyang was not. Once his skull was shattered, he would die without a doubt. However, Wang Jinyang dared to use his own head as bait. He was really ruthless. Wang Jinyang did not care about him anymore. He casually tossed his opponent away. When his opponent landed on the ground, there was no sign of life. Over at the 10,000 pagoda world, everyone's expression was extremely solemn. In a short time, Wang Jinyang and Li Hansong had killed 2 of their peak rank 6 powerhouses. At this moment, there were only 7 people left in the 10,000 pagoda world. Out of 12 people who participated in the competition, 5 had died. Although there were people who died in the past, there were not so many. It was already the limit for a family to have 2 or 3 people die. Most of them were heavily injured, and some of them only had light injuries. This time, Wang Jinyang had killed 2 peak rank 6. Li Hansong had killed a peak rank 6. Fang Ping had killed a mentality-vitality fusion. These few martial arts university youths who appeared in the youth competition for the first time were undoubtedly ruthless. They were ruthless to the enemy and to themselves. Even some of the martial artists from the military department might not be as ruthless as them. The military department martial artists were also constantly fighting, but they rarely went on adventures alone. Most of the time they acted in teams. Compared to people like Fang Ping and the others, these adventurers who wandered around the catacombs had experienced more storms, faced more dangers, and seen more of the world. The middle-ranked martial artists present had at most fought with some catacombs, rank 7s. As for Fang Ping and the others, they had encountered more rank 7s than they could count. When old Wang returned, Fang Ping took a look at his head and frowned slightly. That was too risky. Old Wang shook his head slightly and pointed at his head that was already beginning to glow with golden light. His meaning was clear. He would not die and could recover. Beside him, Jiang Chao swallowed and said with a face full of smiles, "Brother Wang." Fang Ping glanced at him, slightly speechless. Wang Jinyang was also speechless. Jiang Chao was older than them by 4 to 5 years. However, this guy called him Brother Wang. Was he shameless? Some people from Star Town wanted to crawl into a hole in the ground. It was 2F** King embarrassing. Jiang Chao did not care about this. Ruthless people. He loved ruthless people the most. He was afraid when the ruthless people were in someone else's house, but he was in their group now, an accomplice. With these few ruthless people protecting him, how awesome would it be? During the battle, he would cheer them on, and after the battle, he would be in charge of logistics. It was 2F** King perfect. How could a team not have logistics services? As for following the people from Star Town or the military department, forget about it. The people from Star Town were not reliable, and he was not familiar with the people from the government. Moreover, his strength was not that great. It was not as good as following Fang Ping and the others. Wang Jinyang and Fang Ping ignored him. Beside him, it was already Su Zisu's turn. However, Su Zisu looked at Yao Qingjun and said immediately, "I give up." Her little heart was thumping hard now. She was a little scared. It was better to let Yao Qingjun and the others fight. Maybe if they killed a few more, they would advance without fighting. Su Zisu did a count. Many people had died. Sino Nation had 4 dead. 1 had left. There were 15 left. Heaven of Gods had 14 people. For had died. There were 10 left. Wanta World, 7. Ancient Buddha Sacred Land, 10. Totem City, 5. Andes Mountains, 6, the only full team. There were 53 people left. These ruthless people, if they killed another 23 of them, they would all advance without fighting. Su Zisu started counting. Fang Ping still had 2 chances to challenge. The other 3 people from martial arts universities still had 8 chances. 10 times. If they killed one every time, there would be 43 left. The others would have to be killed, right? Maybe. I don't have to fight anymore. Su Zissou was a little lost. Did they not say that fighting for a spot was very difficult? Would he be able to directly advance this time? While Su Zissou was counting with her fingers, the other party's expressions were solemn. This year, the death rate had exceeded expectations. In the past, it had never been this bad. When he saw Yao Qingjun go up, he looked at the only remaining peak rank 6 in Wanta World. Carmen was completely furious. He gritted his teeth and said, "Fang Ping, do you really want to go to the extreme?" 2. He is the king's heir. Fang Ping smiled. Yao Qingjun is only a rank 5 martial artist. He is the weakest here. How can challenging a peak rank 6 be considered going to the extreme? I should be the one worried. Carmen, why don't you ask this king's heir to go easy on him? Everyone cursed in their hearts. Could a martial artist with mentality materialize be treated like a rank 5? Did Yao Qingjun have mentality recovery techniques like Fang Ping's? If he did, then it would be troublesome. If he did not, some of them might wear the mentality prohibition jewelry. They might even have a chance to kill Yao Qingjun. However, if he did, even if he wore that thing, he could only block it for a while. How could he block the repeated mentality self-detonations? He would die for sure. The Wanta World side was a little scared after being killed. Seeing the ugly expressions on Carmen and the rest, some of the Sino Nation contestants looked delighted. On the military department's side, the first martial artist to be killed was killed by Carmen. The person who was targeted by Yao Qingjun seemed a little nervous. When Yao Qingjun pointed at him, the other party looked left and right. After a while, he walked out. What happened next almost made the Wanta World side vomit blood. Yao Qingjun had just displayed the mentality materialization when the other party seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. He flew backward and lay on the ground motionless. It was over. This time, everyone was speechless. Did he attack? Yao Qingjun looked helpless too. He turned his head and looked at Fang Ping. He had no choice. In the crowd, Jiang Chao muttered, "Mother *her, why did he copy me?" He had already thought about it. If he met a powerhouse who challenged him, he would do it. Now, he had not done it, but someone else was one step ahead of him. Fang Ping was also speechless. Yao Qingjun might not actually be able to kill his opponent. His mentality was strong, but it was consumed quickly. He could not be like Old Wang and the rest who used up his mentality and waited for it to recover. His mentality recovered slowly. Once it was used up, it would be dangerous if he was challenged later. Therefore, Fang Ping had already made arrangements. If he really could not kill his opponent, he would not use up too much mentality. His goal was still to get a place. Now, the battle was over before anyone made a move. With that, the first round of the competition was completely over. Chapter 554. The second round had yet to begin. The rank 9 with the crown on his head suddenly said, "Deputy Commanderly, the purpose of the youth competition is to enter the God territory. After we enter, we will still be allies. Now the killing is too intense. Should we adjust?" The old man with the sun halo on his head frowned slightly. In the past, almost no one died in the mentality-vitality unity state. Everyone could enter. This is also the greatest guarantee that human martial artists can resist the God territory martial artists. Now the killing is too intense. The old man looked around, glanced at Fang Ping, and continued. In the past, there were middle stage and high stage martial artists left, but very few. Most of them were peak rank 6 and mentality vitality unity. If the killing continues like this, it will be dangerous. In the past few years, everyone also killed, but not so ruthlessly. Even mentality vitality unity was killed. The relationship between human countries was very complicated. They cooperated and killed each other, weakening each other's strength. This year, however, other than Kameng and Tu He, who had just played dead, there was no peak rank 6. This time, among the participants, there were 2 Grandmasters, 7 Mentality Vitality Unity, and 24 peak rank 6. Now, there were 6 Mentality Vitality Unity people and 16 peak rank 6 people. The number of peak rank 6 people who died was more than the number of upper stage. As the 2 of them spoke, the old monk from the ancient Buddhist sacred land also said slowly, "The killing is too intense. It has exceeded expectations." Just like military exercises, there would always be some death indicators. However, the number of deaths was also controlled within a certain range. According to the past situation, it would not exceed 20%. In other words, the death toll of more than 14 people had exceeded everyone's expectations. Now, there were already 16 people dead. This was only the first round. Now, the youth representatives from all sides were fighting with anger. If this continued, although Sino Nation's performance was the strongest, they still had 15 people. They could not kill Fong Ping and the rest. If they were really in a killing frenzy, who would care about the identity of the peerless progeny? Half of the people from Stellar Sky City would probably die. Just as Li Daong was deep in thought, on Sino Nation's side, Minister Wang set up a barrier and said in a low voice, "Fong Ping, we can't continue killing. If we continue killing, we will become the target of public criticism. If we provoke the 5 parties, 2 rank 7s and 5 Mentality Vitality Unity people, half of our people will die. If that really happened, Wang Jinyang and the others would be in danger. If the first essence and blood fusion couldn't kill you, then the second would continue to challenge you. No matter how fast your recovery speed was, it was still limited. If he managed to survive one, there was still hope, but if there were 2, he would definitely die. As for feigning death and admitting defeat, there weren't many martial artists who would do such a thing. Most of the time, death was a small matter. The country and personal honor were the most important things. Fong Ping glanced at everyone. Du Hong said in a low voice, "We've already intimidated everyone. It's not a good time to be ruthless. If we don't, they'll start fighting amongst themselves. This way, we can maximize our chances of getting more slots." Fong Ping, the quota was the most important. 1 quota almost represents the birth of a grandmaster. No matter how many rank SAXS we kill, it's not as important as 1 more grandmaster. The youth tournament was not just about fighting. When you have the strength to intimidate everyone, you don't necessarily need to be cruel and ruthless. That will cause everyone to join forces to attack you. Before this, there were still challenges between the various parties. However, in this round, if Sino Nation were to kill again, it would probably be Sino Nation's turn. After hearing that, Fong Ping thought for a while and said, "I don't have the intention to kill. I didn't want to kill anyone from the beginning. But Carmen and the others, this is a tradition. They're also the first person from Pantheon that I've killed." Although the death of his comrade saddened Du Hong, he was still rational. Killing some people was a tradition in every competition. He was the first to kill someone from Pantheon to establish his dominance. Similarly, the powerhouses from other countries killed to establish their status and prove their strength. As he said that, Du Hong said in a low voice, "If you really want to vent your anger, enter the restricted zone first. After entering, it'll be extremely chaotic. No one will care if you die in the restricted zone. However, if you kill too much in the youth tournament, especially the descendants of the top, you might have to bear some consequences." Fong Ping understood. His eyes narrowed and he nodded. "I understand." After he finished speaking, Li Daong and a few rank 9s discussed in low voices for a while. Then they said, "In the second round, representatives from various countries are allowed to replace the participants in the field to admit defeat." As soon as this was said, many people breathed a sigh of relief. There were not many who could ask a martial artist to admit defeat on their own. However, it was still possible to ask the elders in their family to admit defeat on their behalf. Just like the Martial Arts University Championship, there were not many participants who admitted defeat. It was mostly the grandmasters from each school who did so. This way, the casualty rate would be greatly reduced. Each country had rank 9s watching over them. They had extremely sharp eyes. It was easy for them to sense whether the other party could kill their own people in one hit and admit defeat in time. Fong Ping curled his lips. The so-called rules of the top could not be changed. However, when it came to the issue of a large number of casualties, it could still be changed easily. These people deserved to be killed. After killing so many, naturally, they would not dare to treat it as a game anymore. He was really not too afraid. Even if he encountered the 2 rank 7 powerhouses, he was not too worried. At the beginning of rank 7, the strength of mentality was limited, and so was celestiality. It was impossible to kill him in one hit. If he could not kill him in one move, Fong Ping might not be able to exhaust the other party to death. However, in the end, the outcome would still be determined. Grandmasters might not dare to waste time with him. Such young grandmasters were not familiar with them. Obviously, they had just broken through. Fong Ping also sensed for a while there were no middle stage rank 7 existences. The rules changed. Du Hong said again, "This round mainly eliminates the people from Pantheon of Gods and Totem City. The remaining 2 families have grandmasters. Andes Mountain is the weakest and has a full team. The other families will not let them go. Let them fight it out." As for the world of 10,000 pagodas, there were not many people left. Carmen did not want Sino Nation to continue targeting them, so it was best to keep an eye on the other families. Fong Ping nodded slightly. Du Hong stood up and said, "I challenge you." As he said that, he pointed at an upper stage rank 6 martial artist from Totem City. That person's expression changed slightly. He thought that Sino Nation's mentality-vitality fusion was going to attack him. He could not help but look at his own rank 9. Totem City's rank 9 was a tall, muscular man with tattoos all over his body. He looked extremely ferocious. Seeing this, he glanced at Du Hong and said directly, "Admit defeat." He did not even have the intention to send someone up. Upper stage rank 6 against mentality-vitality fusion. They would be killed in 3 moves. Du Hong won directly. Next was Luo Sayas. Luo Sayas stared at Sino Nation's side for a long time. In the end, he chose a black-robed martial artist from Andes Mountain with an ugly expression. Seeing this, Fong Ping lost interest in watching the battle. He looked at Minister Wang and asked, "Minister, now that I'm almost certain to get the quota, shouldn't you tell me about the restricted zone? I still don't know anything. I don't know what to do." Minister Wang shook his head. "Don't ask because I'm not too sure either. When the quota is confirmed, there will be someone to answer your questions." Beside him, Su Haoran said, "When the competition is over, we will tell everyone. President Fong, you don't have to be too anxious." As he said that, Su Haoran seemed to hesitate, but he still said, after entering the restricted zone, "I hope that President Fong can take care of Li Fei and the others." Su Haoran added, "What happened to the Yang family doesn't represent Star City's attitude. Li Fei and the others have also interacted with President Fong a few times. President Fong knows their character." The second generations of Star City did not have bad personalities. Even after they found out that Fong Ping had tricked 5 divine weapons away, they did not say anything. Because of their families and the strength of their ancestors, these people were naturally arrogant, but their temperaments were relatively simple. Whether it was love or hate, it could almost be seen from the surface. On the other hand, the martial artists from the outside world had more experience. Each of them was a wily old fox. When they reached rank 6, almost no one would be a simple fool. For someone as simple and honest as Tang Fong, if you treated him as an honest person, you would not even know how you died. Fong Ping did not give any promises. He only smiled and said, "You're too kind, High Grandmaster Su. I still don't know anything yet." Su Haoran did not say anything else. It was fine if Fong Ping did not take care of the others. The key was that this guy did not enter the restricted zone and set them up. In the second round, because the representatives could represent the contestants to surrender, the speed of the battles was faster. The death and injury rate was indeed greatly reduced. Unless it was an evenly matched opponent, both parties would fight passionately. Sometimes, when the battle was really intense, the life and death of martial artists would be decided quickly. Sometimes a rank 9 might not be able to determine the outcome of the battle in that instant. In this way, when the second round was over, only one person would die. The 2 rank 7 grandmasters were still silent, like statues. They did not challenge anyone. No one knew what they were thinking. At this moment, Li Daong walked over and said softly, "Don't use up all your challenge chances. After 3 chances, those 2 may challenge you. Du Hong, you must at least leave 1 challenge chance. Don't challenge again in the next round. The same goes for the others. Unless someone is sure to be eliminated and there are enough people, you must ensure that you get a place." As soon as these words came out, Fong Ping suddenly came to a realization. Yes, he almost forgot about this. If he really used up all 3 chances and was challenged and lost, then he would lose his chance. Fong Ping's 3 chances to be challenged had already been used up. However, this guy had arrogantly announced that grandmasters would challenge him. Even if he used up all his chances, he would still accept it. If he used up all 3 chances and was challenged and lost, then he would lose his place. Although the rules of the competition were simple, they contained a lot of information. Some strategic deployments even included the problem of a martial artist's patience. If you could not last until the end and could not help but want to take advantage of others, then you might end up being taken advantage of by others. Very soon, it was Jiang Chao's turn to fight. Up until now, this fellow had never experienced a single battle. No one challenged him. Before this, he did not have the chance to challenge anyone either. Now it was his turn. Jiang Chao looked at the few middle-stage rank 6 martial artists for a long time. Finally, he looked at Su Zissou and said softly, "Zissou, why don't we spar? Just fight casually. Why don't you admit defeat?" Su Zissou was about to explode. This damn fatty was so shameless. How could he say something like that? Jiang Chao did not care about this. He said in a low voice, "The other middle stage rank 6 are all outsiders. If they have some trump card and kill me in 1 move, then who am I supposed to reason with? Don't you think this makes sense? Zissa, let's fight. How about we decide the winner with rock, paper, scissors?" Su Howren's expression was dark. He said coldly, "Jiang Chao." Jiang Chao pursed his lips. Suddenly, he looked at Li Yiming in the front row and grinned. "Brother Yiming, that ultimate inner armor of yours, can you lend it to me for self-defense?" Li Yiming gave him a look, slightly displeased. However, after some thought, he still took off his leather armor and threw it at him. He said angrily, "Don't lose it." Of course. Jiang Chao was all smiles. He looked at Fong Ping and chuckled. "Fong Ping, can you lend me Rose Eye's door-plank sword?" Fong Ping frowned. "You're using this? This is a divine weapon. If you lose it, I'll compensate you." Fong Ping glanced at him. He was slightly helpless, but he still nodded. After that, Fatty Jiang began to borrow things from everywhere. After a while, Jiang Chao was fully armed. He was wearing a peerless inner armor, an accessory that could block spiritual energy, a huge door-sized greatsword, and a full-body armor that he had previously wrapped around himself, including a helmet. Everyone was looking at him. Jiang Chao was still unfazed. He put on the damaged armor that Fong Ping had used to kill the mentality-vitality fusion opponent. Only then did Jiang Chao go up the stage. After going up the stage, he was not in a hurry to choose his opponent. Instead, he stabbed the giant door-plank sword into the ground. However, he realized that he could not stab it no matter what. This troubled Jiang Chao. He did not have the ability to stab the sword into the solidified arena. Fong Ping watched for a while. The corner of his mouth twitched. He said in a low voice, Is he going to use the sword as a door plank? To block people? Probably. I guess. Wang Jinyang was powerless. He did not want to say anything more. Did this guy have to do this? Jiang Chao dawdled for a while. When Li Daong was getting impatient, he suddenly pointed at one of the people in Heaven of Gods and said loudly, "You, come up here!" Su Zissou could not help but curse in a low voice. Shameless. He prepared for a long time. I thought he would at least challenge someone of the same rank. In the end, he chose an injured middle stage rank 6. There were a total of 5 middle stage rank SXS in each country. These 5 people had fought before. Among them, the one from Heaven of Gods had fought twice and had some injuries. In the end, Jiang Chao, an upper stage rank 6 with extreme defense, went up to pick and choose and chose this person. I should have guessed it. Fang Ping shook his head helplessly. This fatty did not look like a martial artist at all. He did not know how he cultivated to upper stage rank 6. There was no justice in this world. As for the other descendants of the paragons, no matter how afraid they were of death, they would not show it too obviously. As for the one in the 10,000 pagodas world who pretended to be dead, that was also because he felt that there was a gap in strength. Jiang Chao was a little higher than the other party, yet he was actually so afraid of death. Li Daong's face was a little dark. The person from Heaven of Gods was also dumbfounded. After this fatty did this, he even thought that he had achieved mentality-vitality fusion. Otherwise, did he need to do this? Speechlessness was one thing, but the battle still had to be fought. When this person went up the stage, everyone witnessed an exciting battle. Jiang Chao did not fight the other party at all. He ran from the beginning to the end, and only when he was free would he turn around and slap the other party with his greatsword. He was fighting with the intention of exhausting the other party. After all, the other party could not kill him in one move. It would be difficult for him to even penetrate his defense. He was also a little higher than the other party, and his vitality was stronger. If he dragged on until the end and ran out of vitality, he could only rely on his physique to fight. The other party would not be able to penetrate his layers of armor. This battle made Fang Ping doze off while watching. The people from all sides who were watching began to chat. Everyone had almost forgotten that there were still 2 people competing on the stage. Fang Ping even had the heart to take out his poker cards and play cards with old Wang and the rest. Fang Ping dozed off, but Wang Jinyang said in a low voice, "This fatty, do you think he's pretending to be weak to eat the tiger?" Him. Fang Ping raised his eyebrows slightly. It's hard to say, but the degree of shamelessness, he has some of the demeanor of a powerhouse. Powerhouses, the stronger they are, the more shameless they are. Beside him, the expressions of Minister Wang and the rest changed. What the hell was this? Could we be as shameless as this fatty? Could an upper stage rank 6 fight a middle stage rank 6 to this extent? The female vice-chancellor of FMS glanced at Su Haoren, who had an ugly expression on his face, and teased, "He's really amazing, obtaining victory at the lowest cost. He's a good seedling." Su Haoren let out a soft snort. "Good seedling. I'll give you a good seedling. Do you want it?" The 2 of them fought for more than an hour. They fought until the sun was about to set. Jiang Chao finally won. He won. He had worn down his opponent. He had worn down a middle stage rank 6 martial artist until he was panting heavily. He really did not want to fight anymore, so he took the initiative to admit defeat. This was the first contestant in the entire arena who took the initiative to shout, "Admit defeat." He did not want to fight anymore. No, he did not want to run anymore. He really could not run anymore. He could not chase anymore. That damn fatty was running with all his might. He was too tired from chasing, and he still had to guard against others hitting him with a great sword. He really could not take it anymore. At this point, almost no one wanted the 2 of them to continue. As soon as he admitted defeat, Li Daong accepted it immediately and said quickly, "Next." As for Jiang Chao, he walked back valiantly, his head full of sweat. "I won. It wasn't easy. I should be able to get a spot, right?" When he said that, everyone was speechless. No one spoke. The challenges of the upper stage martial artists gradually ended. At this moment, there was a slight commotion in the crowd. The middle stage rank, 6, had begun, and the right to challenge had once again fallen to Fong Ping. This time, who would he challenge? Fong Ping glanced at Carmen, then at Rosas and the others. After a while, he smiled and said, "I want to keep the third chance. So, the second challenge might be my last." When he said that, Carmen's expression changed slightly. Fong Ping had his eyes on him since a long time ago, just when Carmen thought that Fong Ping was going to challenge him. Fong Ping suddenly looked at Buchuoi, whose long hair touched the ground, and said, "Fake monk, why don't we have a match?" When he said that, many people were a little surprised. Du Hong and the others also looked at Fong Ping. They had agreed before that this round would be against Heaven of Gods and Totem City. Fong Ping said in an inaudible voice, "The ancient Buddhist sacred land is too strong. They also have a grandmaster. We must weaken their strength. The Andes are not that scary." The ancient Buddha sacred land was silent. Now, the remaining people were second only to Sino Nation. They had the most people and suffered the least losses. As for the Andes, after the previous challengers, there were already people who were heavily injured. There would not be many who qualified. When they heard him say that, everyone realized that the ancient Buddha sacred land seemed to be too strong. These monks were silent. Now there were still 9 people who were unharmed. Among them, there was 1 Grandmaster, 1 Mentality-Vitality Fusion, and 3 Peak. Buchuai looked at Fong Ping, stood up, and said, "Since General Fong is interested, then Buchuoi would like to experience." Before he finished speaking, his body shone with a golden light, like a real Buddha had appeared. Fong Ping did not care about this. He smiled and said, "Monk, you're not bringing your staff?" "It's just a worldly possession." Fong Ping squinted and smiled. "It's a divine weapon, after all. Although it can't be used to its full potential, if I don't bring a weapon, wouldn't it seem like I'm bullying you, monk? You should bring it. No need." "Monk, do you really want to fight to the death with me?" Fong Ping's expression suddenly turned ugly. When he said that, many people looked at him strangely. The other party did not bring a weapon, but he said that he wanted to fight to the death with him. What kind of logic was that? All right, everyone understood what he meant. If he did not bring a weapon, there would be no benefits to snatch, and Fong Ping would beat him to death. If he brought a weapon, he might not beat him to death after snatching something. Buchuoi's expression changed. After a while, he said, "General Fong, please." He did not want to talk nonsense with this guy. Did this guy really think he had him? As for not bringing his staff, he was indeed worried that it would be snatched away. He had seen Rosaiza's great sword being snatched away earlier. Now, even if it was not a draw, he could admit defeat. Even if he was slightly injured, it was better than losing his divine weapon. Seeing that this guy was so stubborn, Fong Ping was extremely annoyed. Out of 5 divine weapons, he had only snatched 2. He still needed 3 more. If he could not snatch them, would he not have to pay for 3 divine weapons? Because Buchuoi refused to bring a divine weapon to the arena, Fong Ping did not hold back either. Without saying a word, he materialized his mentality and self-destructed in the next moment. Buchuoi's entire body shone with a golden light. There was no sign of his mentality being intimidated. Now, Fong Ping knew that this guy had an accessory that could block mentality. As for Buchuoi's golden light, Fong Ping observed it for a while. It was not a golden bone, nor was it a real golden body. It could only be said that it was a slightly stronger half-golden body, but it might not be stronger than his half-golden body. An accessory that could block mentality was still shockingly valuable. Fong Ping stared at the other party. He did not hesitate. If one self-destruct was not enough, then he would do it again. If the second time was not enough, then he would do it again. Now, it was not a big problem for him to self-destruct 30 to 50 times. No matter how strong the accessory was, It was impossible for it to completely block the self-destruction of a materialized object. Under everyone's dumbfounded expressions, Fong Ping self-destructed 7 to 8 times in a row. Buchuoi finally could not take it anymore. The golden light on his body began to dissipate, and blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. Even if he wore an accessory, it could not stop Fong Ping's attack. Just as Fong Ping was about to step forward and end the other party with a slash, the ancient Buddhist sacred land's rank 9 powerhouse roared, "Admit defeat!" Damn it! Fong Ping was furious. The second round's rules had changed. To him, he was extremely unhappy. It was not as satisfying as the first round. As long as the other party could still fight, then they could continue. However, things had come to this. Everyone was staring at him. Fong Ping glared at Buchuoi fiercely. He wiped his neck, his face ferocious. Buchuoi's heart palpitated slightly. A thug had really appeared on Sino Nation's side.